Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Good, Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our candidate Q&A. This has been fully done by young people and the Parliament in collaboration with our sponsor and supporters, SAMS Radio 1 and Shaw. We're very pleased to have both new and returning candidates with us today. This event aims to better understand our candidates who are running for election. The questions you'll hear today come directly from members of our community, including our youth. They cover a wide range of themes, from health and education to the economy, environment, and how we engage with one another as a community, alongside broader topics that affect the island's future. Our goal is not to test you on fine details, but to create a space where ideas, perspectives, and commitments can be shared openly. We kindly ask everyone here to respect each other, keep contributions concise and related to the questions asked, and allow space for all voices to be heard. I will now address the questions. Questions, the selection process. The questions for each group have been randomly selected to offer the chance of a diverse selection for each round. Answering questions. If you would like to answer a question, please raise your hand to let myself, the moderator, know. If a candidate has answered first for the previous question, they will be skipped the first time around for the preceding question. This is so other candidates will have the chance to answer first. Microphone usage. When you have been given the go-ahead to answer a question, please press the button on the mic stand before speaking into it. Please remember to press the button again after speaking to deactivate the microphone. Time limit. Each candidate will have a maximum of 3 minutes to answer a question. Please stick to this time to ensure all candidates have the opportunity to respond. The moderator will warn you when you are in the last 30 seconds. If you would like to add to your response after finishing, please raise your hand. You will be allowed to speak again after the other candidates in your group, provided there is time remaining before moving on to the next question. No repeated responses. No repeated responses will be allowed. If a candidate has spoken your answer, but you have more to add, please raise your hand and confirm, "I agree with," and then add what you would like. Extra responses. If there is time remaining within the round, the candidates will have the opportunity to speak further on any questions raised during the session. Candidates. The candidates on my right have been randomly selected into 3 groups. Each group will have 1 round of questions. Parliament members and volunteers. Our Parliament members and volunteers on my left will ask a series of set questions that have been randomized for each group. Timetable. Round times. Each round will aim to last about 50 minutes, though this may sometimes run slightly over or finish early. Refreshments and breaks. Breaks will take place in order to cycle our groups of candidates to allow the candidates, Parliament members, volunteers, and the audience here to stretch their legs and mingle. Timetable overview. Round 1 will consist of 50 minutes, followed by a 10-minute break. Round 2, 50 minutes, followed by a 10-minute break. Round 3, 50 minutes, followed by the conclusion. Hello, my name is Zach Bargo, and I will be the moderator of this event. Parliament members and volunteers. Can the Parliament members and volunteers please introduce themselves?
Hello, my name is Celine Goff.
Hello, my name is Josh Midwinter.
Hello, my name is Lily Adams.
Hello, my name is Kelly Peters.
Hello, my name is Karis Joshua.
Hello, my name is Luke Bowers.
Thank you. And now for the candidates to introduce themselves and why they have chose to run for General Election 2025.
Good evening, my name is Melissa Fowler. I'm standing for election 2025 because I generally want to improve the lives of the people of St. Helena. I believe we need to achieve this by working together and having unity as a community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Coleman, and I'm running again for re-election. I am passionate about St. Helena and its people and want to take the island forward, ensuring that we take the people with us and that we leave no one behind. Whatever we do, we must do for the good of this island, and more importantly, we must make sure that it benefits our people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gillian Brooks and I'm running for re-election. When I came into to the ministerial system 4 years ago, I made a commitment that I would do the very best I could for people, and I genuinely did try to do that. I took on roles such as the older person's champion, the children's champion, and I made sure that the constituency work that I undertook, which is a considerable amount, I did the very best with it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Martin Henry, and I am also running for re-election. Part of the reasons why I am running again is because I do believe that I have some unfinished work to be done. I do believe that there's a lot more that I can offer to the community, and I also, like most candidates, believe that it is us, the government, the people who are elected, and yourselves that will make this work. No one can do this on their own.
Hello, my name is Derek Thomas, candidate for the general election. I'm running for election as I have these St. Helena people at heart. My previous background, I did 32 years with the police, 10 of which as the local chief of police. This role gave me in-depth knowledge and understanding of government operations at managerial level. I also have 12 years experience as a local politician, 8 of which I serve as a member of Executive Council, where I build up strong working relationships with lords and ministers, connections which will be vital to St. Helena development and continued financial support. If elected, I will dedicate myself fully to advancing St. Helena's development and help build a wealthier and more sustainable future for all.
Good evening, my name is Dennis Leo. I was born and raised here, and like you, I want an island that feeds itself, looks after its people, and give our young people a real future. My approach is simple: listen first, act with transparency, and focus on practical steps we can achieve together. Whether that's modernizing farming policies, giving youth parliament a stronger voice, or creating real training pathways, my goal is to make St. Helena more self-reliant, fair, and proud of what we build together. Thank you.
Thank you all. Without further ado, please can the Parliament members and volunteers ask their questions for the first round.
One of the Sustainable Economic Development Goals is to grow the working age population. How would you address this?
Ms. Brooks?
I think, first of all, cost of living plays such an important role here because we know that that affects everybody. And I'm thinking of, when we're talking of the working age population, we're going to be speaking of family age population as well. So I think it's through addressing things like the cost of living, the foods, utilities, also having in place good sort of structure to our education, to our healthcare, because that, of course, is so important to families. When I speak of the cost of living, I'm thinking of low-income earners as well here. And I just think that if we get those fundamentals in place, and really where it's workable, and realistic as well, have those realistic fundamentals, that will go a long way towards ensuring that we sort of try to retain our people. Because I think things like affordable housing is so important, because it's that sort of thing that matters, I think, within that working age group. If we get those fundamentals right, then, and as realistic as possible, then we probably stand a better chance of retaining our working age people.
Martin Henry?
Thank you. Just to add an extension to that, for me the answer is actually in the question, this economic development. I know we need education. I've had this discussion with friends and peers. Education is high on priority, so is health, and so are other things. But without economic development and opportunity, then nothing cascades down. Without economic development, the opportunity, and then for more people to engage in that on St. Helena, we don't collect a tax base, and the tax base that then supports our education systems and our health systems. So the answer actually is in that piece where it's economic development for me that drives the other really important stuff. It also pays and helps support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Thomas.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's clear to see that Saints are leaving the island, and it's a cause for great concern. And we really need to put initiatives in place to grow the resident population. I do see migrant labor as a stopgap. We must ensure that opportunities exist for Saints, create greater incentives, and I think that needs to be addressed in the government policy.
Sorry, just to add further, for me, what is needed is to be the recognition of the working age population for the achievements they have achieved so far, and the work they've done, and the good work that they've done within any sector. Succession planning here is going to be key, and we should be targeting those young working age of families so that we can retain them, so they don't feel as if they need to be to leave the island to have that recognition or acknowledgement of what they've achieved to date. Thank you.
Dennis Leo.
Not much to say except that I think we need to look into creating more green jobs on St. Helena for young people, in terms of what I got here, all right. Like endemic plants, growing more endemic plants, creating more nurseries, windmills and stuff. We don't have enough windmills, solar farms, etc. And green jobs is one of the rising jobs in the world where, as for an island, we need to go more green, I would say, and create some more green jobs.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you. I think to help with this, I think, as you know, that bringing up children today is very expensive. And we need to do things to encourage people to have more children. We need to look at bringing back the child allowance that was taken away, to encourage people to have children, and so they can become more populated on the island. And I think that will go a long way to helping people. And once we, as Melissa already said, that we need to recognize our people as well, so that we can maintain them, especially the working population, so they don't leave the island. Thank you.
Thank you for all the responses for the first question. I'd like to just add, as the moderator myself, I am a neutral person. So when addressing the questions, please look towards the members of the parliament. Thank you. Okay, next question.
Invasive species are a major threat to St. Helena's biodiversity, including on pasture land. What sustainable measures would you introduce to tackle their spread, and how would you support and incentivize landowners, both private and government rented, to manage their land responsibly for long term?
Dennis Leo.
So invasive species are a threat. So to me, we need to look at land policies and how they are run right now, because we have people being told to cut animals back off the land because of invasive species. So I think we need to look at the policies and see how we can do alternative farming on the especially government lands. So i.e. Deadwood is a cattle ground, but you might want to encourage the farmers to plant their own feed for summer, because everybody knows in summer that the grass goes dry, right? And then you got like intensive grazing, we've got furs. And we all know that goats destroyed St. Helena once, so we should use them in a more manageable way. And with electric fencing, which is done under solar now, you don't need no electricity. So I think we should use alternative methods to attack invasive species.
Martin Henry.
Not that I can make much comment on this. This is well out of sort of my scope, and I have to be open and honest about that. I have looked at, from a more global perspective, invasive species is now quite dominant in most places. I know there's in the Caribbean, etc., speaking to some of their colleagues about some of the invasive fish, etc., and they are combating these things with local power as well, encouraging communities to step in and help engage and understand the importance of protecting the environment. So I totally take on board that members who use these areas should be more on the front with this, and SHG should be supporting that. Although I've heard and I've seen over the years as a member of Chamber of Commerce, etc., many let's say presentations on how we are planning to protect and move forward with invasive species, but it seems to be a really difficult one to do, given the amount of work that sits behind it. However, like I said, I'm not in this field, but I do think that when we get people at the front of it working on it, also as a community, we need to engage. But this is an issue for the island of St. Helena. It's an issue for our biodiversity, and I think we just should try to be a little bit more connected with that environment.
Thank you. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. The majority of the land on the island belongs to the Crown. So I think the government should be leading the way when we come to invasive weeds or species. They need to bring the farmers and other land owners together. And I mean, once we start a program, we shouldn't curtail it. We need to continue until we can beat it. Because if our local people who own lands start to clear invasive weeds and the Crown doesn't do anything about it, then it's always going to be reoccurring and reoccurring. So I think we've got to work together as one if we want to clear invasive species. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add, I mean, the land is of course for great concern, and it's being overtaken by the invasive species. But I think landowners, they need support, which is quite clear, and the government needs to address their policies. But one of the other things is too that we do have a number of people who receive income-related benefits or capable of working. Maybe put them into some form of meaningful employment. That is one area where they could do their 3-day work and help to clear these lands and make a valuable contribution to the island. So policies is the main thing first. It needs to be looked, but I do believe that a lot of these owners are struggling to maintain the lands, and that is crucial for future development of the island.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks.
Thank you. Sort of just adding on to that, I think I would go along the line of education. And when I say education, it is sort of bringing up even more awareness to farmers now. And I know they're very, very aware of the invasive species, and everybody is, but more awareness of that to our youth as well. So to the sort of incoming farming community, those who are coming behind. So I think that's quite an important. And there's people outside of farming who also, like myself, know very little about that side of things. So I think that also is quite important.
Dennis Leo.
I'd just like to add to that we need to take notice to the projects that the Darwin Initiative do. You know, they did one with plastics, and now we're doing one with grasslands. So we need to take the findings from these projects as a government and work with them. So.
Martin Henry.
Sorry, just to continue with what Dennis was just saying, I think one of the primary issues, and he would experience this as well, is the it is the way things are funded, and you know, just having 1 or 2 years funding and then the project dries up, etc., and then you're rebidding and you don't know if that's coming back. If the green and blue agenda is something that's being championed on St. Helena, and the UK champions it for St. Helena as well and uses St. Helena on a pedestal, dare I say, in terms of championing that idea, we should have that continuous funding that sits behind it. So it's also about how these things are projectized, so to speak, and then stop funding, which doesn't help at all when you're trying to deal with something that's going to take potentially a generation to push back in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers for the second question. Now moving on to the third question.
St. Helena has a limited number of farmers, and poor communication and support puts our local food production at risk. With food security being vital for an isolated island, what would you do to strengthen communication with farmers and improve their welfare so farming remains sustainable?
Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. Communication is a problem everywhere. It's not only with farming and food, but the government do have an agriculture section, and they do have farming support. And I think we could use them more, and how we used to use them when they used to work with farmers, and to check where were the potatoes, where were the onions, and what was being produced, so that you didn't bring stuff in from overseas. So it was monitored and see how the food was being spread out, how it was being produced, how it was being planted and stuff like that. And I think we need to bring that sort of thing back to St. Helena if we're going to look at food security. And the other thing with this is that we can work with other food products as well, just to see, you know, could give a little island like St. Helena, we do have the lands, and we can't be running out of potatoes and onions. They are not banned, you know, so you can bring in when you do have shortage of those sort of things, but we should be encouraging and working with the farmers to produce so we could have stuff all the year round. So that is the sort of thing there. We also need to bring back the Farmers Association. We need somebody who can work with the farmers. When the Farmers Association was up and running, they used to work with the Agriculture Department and the farmers themselves. And it used to be very successful in how you could farm or not farm, or what the farmers need, whether it was through planting or whether it was through animal or livestock and that sort of thing. So I think things like that we could bring back. It was things that we had and it was working really well, and it's all fallen by the wayside. So that's the sort of thing we could reintroduce. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Leo.
First of all, Ronald, I think the Chamber of Commerce is now the new Farmers Association. I haven't dealt with them through my current job. But I would just like to say that when it comes to farming, we don't produce statistics anymore. Nobody knows what is grown anyway. Nobody knows how much beef we produce. As a government, if I was a part of a government, I would want to know what our lands produce. You know, it ain't saying that you sell everything, because we know farmers get losses. We could get 60 sheep born, but we only harvest 40 because of losses. That's not important what money they make. It's more important of what our land is producing. So then we can then make a plan on how we feed ourselves. Because at the moment, back in the day, you would get statistics, you know. Our old government could release statistics, but the modern government, we don't get statistics on what we grow. So I think that is important. And then people can then gauge their performances. And, you know, you might have a piece of land that you're being a dog in a manger about, you're not using it, and then you're thinking, well, if we ain't producing enough carrots, let's give this piece of land up. Because I think farmers and fishermen, people who produce for this island, need to remember that it's a two-way street in terms of you can't have everything you want, and you're going to have to give a little, you know. So if you're using land, and if you've got land and you ain't using it, and there are people looking for land, because there are people looking for land, we need to, as a government, ensure that all our lands are used at all times.
Derek Thomas.
Yeah, just to add to that, I do feel there need to be more joined up thinking with the farmers and working together. And proper utilization has been mentioned about ensuring that our lands are put to proper use. One of the, talking to some farmers, one of the main issues is the cost of the water. I know they do get some form of subsidy, but that clearly needs to be addressed, because, you know, farmers only can do limited farming, but they could be doing more because of the fear of the cost of the water. Some farmers is going out of business because they can't afford to pay for the water. So that's a major issue. But like I say, there need to be more joined up thinking and working with the farmers and come up with a plan that, you know, the island can embrace and work towards.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, could you bring your mic closer just in case? Just bend it down. Thank you very much. Martin Henry.
Just leading on to a couple of points raised, and I don't want to, again, this is not my field, but there's also the need for modernization and technology interventions that we see happening all over the world now. It is a difficult one because economics of scale sometimes causes that not to work out in how we see it in terms of how we read our economic textbooks. But there needs to be an introduction of new technologies, potentially by the government, potentially trial and test. There have been in the past, and some were successful. Again, when funding dried up, then members left, etc. We need a continuation of this. The other point, which is a bit outside of farming, but it's also education on a separate front. For instance, we grow organically here. Primarily, we grow the nutrient value in the fruits and vegetables that are harvested on St. Helena are probably tenfold that of the stuff that's being imported. I've been in that business for a long time as well. So, you know, in terms of value, nutrient value, you get a much better, when you pay for a local product, you actually get much better nutrients out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Fowler.
So I agree with all the points that have been raised, but the one thing I think we're missing is that we're not attracting the youth in this area. Farming seems to have been only for the older person, which is really not what we should be saying. So farming isn't no longer as hard work as they used to say. You can get in equipment which makes it farming easier, but if you don't encourage the youth to get into farming, then again it won't be no point in even investing in this if you don't have no other people coming forward, and you just have the older population working in this area. Thank you.
Gillian Brooks.
I think now most of the sort of areas have been covered, but I was going to sort of go on the back of Derek. We'll be talking about subsidy to farmers. Also the fact that when we say about the Chamber of Commerce now manages the farmers, so that's really good. So they've got a central point there. And with regards to isolation, of course, things like the logistics is going to affect us, and also things, you know, where farmers are more aware of things like climate change, how they affects and stuff like this. So that kind of communication that spreads, that's going to be outreaching for them, I think is very important.
Thank you all for the third question. I'd just like to reimburse, if I could use that word. I myself is the moderator, a neutral person, if the questions can be looked and directed to the members. Thank you very much. Josh?
The current education review has highlighted concerns about students entering St. Helena Secondary School not being fully prepared to access the curriculum. How would you support the education review, and what actions would you prioritize to improve outcomes in primary schools so that students are better equipped with secondary education?
Mr. Dennis Leo, sorry, Ronald.
Okay, I didn't thought anybody was going to answer, so I thought I'd jump in there. I think with the amalgamation of the primary schools now, hopefully we would get all our good teachers in the one area. So if you think about it right now, like probably your best English teacher on Ireland is at Harfoot School. So obviously then, you know, the children at St. Paul's and Pelling are not getting the best teacher, which is not to diss anybody or, you know, disrespect anybody. But what I'm thinking is that if we can get all our kids in the one school, it should then lead to them heading into the secondary school with a better education. So obviously we need to look at the policies. If you join government, you need to look at all the policies and what is the latest education plan. But I do think that by amalgamating the first schools, that you would, hopefully then they go into the secondary school a little bit better educated.
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. And I think it's very important that we provide training also for our teachers. And if there's across the board, so they get the same training and so they can put the same sort of stuff into other schools, then they'd be like teaching at the same level. And I thought it might be even better to look at monitoring and including our creches, where the children younger can be brought into the fold to see how they are doing in the creches. You don't have to upset the creches, but maybe you could have a system where you could work, the education department could work with the creches and get the children in earlier or to work with them earlier so that they can be ready for the curriculum as they move up the system. But I think the younger you can start with our young people, the better for our education system. Thank you.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
I was just going to say about, the primary education is undergoing a significant change over the next year. So we would hope that the outcome from that will sort of feed into where the children are better prepared to go into secondary school, not just academically but socially, because they will now know their sort of counterparts before they actually get into secondary school. We would hope that by having the teachers in a more concentrated environment of primary education, that we'd be able to sort of get that education across. The numbers of children are now smaller, so we can get that education across better, easier than it would be if it was sort of spread more. And the children more socially aware, and I'm still looking, sorry, and more socially aware before they actually head into secondary education, because that is sort of quite a step for a child to move from primary level and suddenly find themselves into that higher level.
Ms. Melissa Fowler.
Just to add, as a parent, one of the things I struggled with was the inconsistency of the teachers in terms of it was just so many teachers that both of my children had to get used to, and the different methods in teaching as well. And it not necessarily is helpful if you're not a student who is able to grasp things quickly as well. It takes time. So as a parent, for me, that really affected, and it was a struggle with my children's education. So I think if anything, we need to have consistency. We need to improve on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Henry.
Just to follow up on a few points, and first of all with teacher training, and I've always championed this with other fields as well. Sometimes bringing out a particular person here to train 20 teachers seems to be the most economical thing to do. But exposure is so important. Having our teachers and other professions like nursing, etc., exposed to those environments, exposed to how other schools perform, etc., and bringing that back to St. Helena first and foremost is something we need to start doing again. Although it's expensive to send per person, what we get from that is when they bring back those skills, it then marries throughout the department, and it should be a consistent number that have an exposure opportunity every year. Secondly, we also have to understand now the dynamics of the younger person, which I certainly don't. Given that I've got children, it doesn't matter. They are a new generation, and some of their aspirations, etc., are different. So we have to look at this from quite a few aspects. Beyond what is happening now with the current education review, which is a very good thing and it's very positive, but we have to look more holistically at the child as a person. Thank you.
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. And I think also that the review is very important and it must be continued. You can't just stop there now. You just have to keep reviewing, and as times move, and like everything now is digitalized, so you might have to introduce digital stuff lower down in the age group so that children is more, akin to accessing the curriculum. Because the children today, they're in the prams with their phones and iPads. And so, they're starting at a very young age, so they're ready for it when they go into school. So if you introduce that at a lower age, maybe that also helps them to get into the curriculum much faster. Thank you.
Martin Henry.
Just one other important element for me I forgot to add, and that's not to forget that children also need to play. They need to play, they need to interact, and they need to socialize at the right level with adults and their peers as well. I think sometimes we forget about that while we're pushing for league tables and higher education. Thank you.
Thank you for answering question 4. Now moving on to question 5.
In recent years, the number of local fishers has declined. Fishing is vital to St. Helena's economy, food security, and cultural identity. How would you encourage younger generations to pursue a career in fishing, and what support should be in place to keep local fishing industry alive?
Gillian Brooks.
I think it is crucial to get it right where the fishing industry sits right now, because I think that is the first point for us, because our fishermen have families, young families, so we're speaking of the younger generation here, but if they're going to see the problems that we have at the moment with fishing here on St. Helena, it's not going to be an incentive to them to want to continue in their, I want to use the word forefathers' footsteps, if you know what I mean. Because so I think the important fact is to first of all get right where we are now, and then we start from there, because fishing is such an industry. It is part of St. Helena's culture going back, you know, it's just natural for us. We're in a small island, it's so natural. So if we get it right first, and then we almost need to start there, because the younger generation grown up, children are very advanced these days. They are seeing the problems that we're constantly talking about. It's not going to incentivize them unless we do something about the here and now. That's how I feel.
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. Fishing is very dear to my heart. St. Helena is surrounded by an ocean, and we don't have any fish. So I think, you know, things have gone downhill. And of course, the fishermen have been very angry with different people over the years. And we have a factory, we put some money into a factory. I know it's run by another organization rather than Saints, but it still should work. And I think one of the areas that I've been looking at or thinking about is having a regulator. I think fishing need a regulator, because the factory or the people running the factory or the fishermen themselves, there's nobody to give them guidance or rules and regulations as such. And I think a regulator like we have for different things is working reasonably well. And I think if we had a regulator for fishing, I think that would work also, especially when you have people running factories or other organizations which are not part of the fishermen. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to establish a viable fishing industry to suit the needs of the people of St. Helena. We have a 200-mile fishing zone, and I think, you know, the industry needs to move forward. And the fishermen, the few that we have, local fishermen, they need to be joined up thinking, working together with the fishermen, and come up with a plan as to how we can best deliver fishing to the island, making use of our 200-mile zone and making it viable to the island. So lots of work needs to be done, and I think, you know, we can't work in isolation. We need to bring the fishermen on board and work together so the island can establish a plan in terms of going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek Thomas. Mr. Dennis Leo.
There's a saying, show me the money. I think anybody who want to get into any business, money is the driver. So unless we get it right that our fish is sold from the boat to the factory at the right costs and delivered on as the factory wanted, you know, people will go fishing if they know the money is in fishing. It's just like anything. I'll buy a cow if I know money is in a cow, you know. So for youngsters to get in it, they need to know that there's money, that they can save money, they can make money, you know. So that's my 10 cents at the moment.
Mr. Martin Henry.
I could just sort of lay out what are the pure facts at the moment, which is the fact that we do have fishermen right now, we do have fishing boats, and we do have an EU-regulated factory that can supply fish. What can the government do from a government perspective? The government can clear up some of its policies. There are policy overlaps which don't necessarily match each other. Faced one of them personally just before we left government. But we have to also, I have to put that back as well, because we have those three elements. We need to tidy up the policies. But like everyone I think is saying around this table, you know, if there is money in this industry, and it is about people working together then to be able to deliver. I think there comes a limit on what you can actually ask your government to do if there is those elements in place. But like I said, I know that there are policy lapses or crossovers which do need to be ironed out to ensure that one thing ran smoothly into the next. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for answering question 5. Now moving on to question number 6.
With high land and housing costs, high interest rates on loans, and even to some extent high rental prices, young people in St. Helena struggle to buy land, build, or purchase a home. What measures would you implement to make housing more accessible and affordable? And how would you ensure these solutions are sustainable?
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Thank you. I know some work has been done on the land development control plan to bring about some improvement, but there's still further work I feel which needs to be done. There's a number of land that is deemed in the policy as agriculture and forestry, but it's non-productive, and it's been that for years and will never be productive. So that land, in my view, should be put to meaningful use, released to the public at reasonable costs, not what is being offered at the minute. I don't know, 12,000, 20,000. People have no chance, especially people who's living and working in the island. Let them have it at reasonable costs so they can afford to build their house, go to the bank and take a loan. The problem at the moment, the land is far too expensive, and like I say, there's a lot of land sitting there dormant, which can be put to some real good, meaningful use.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
Just to say that there has been some sort of like discount for first-time buyers, land and stamp duty, which all helped, and I would hope that that continue, because I think that is a big incentive to people. And I was just cutting on the back of what Derek said, because I've written here that land that's being held at the moment and not being used, if that could be utilized and sort of freed up as well. So that would all help people, particularly first-time buyers.
Martin Henry.
I am sorry, I'm going to detract one tiny bit from housing, but there's a couple elements that we have to also consider. The housing market usually drives large parts of most economies. We don't have a housing market because we have 300 empty homes. So even the movement of housing on St. Helena is different, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it is different to how a normal housing market would work. We also have to consider a secondary element, especially when it comes to youth. I do believe, and in speaking to a few younger people, what generally happens is no one wants to stay with their mom and dad after they get to a certain age, but there's no way you can get even, not even on a property market, but on a rental that actually supports you being an independent person. So we have to address the whole sector, not just building houses. We have to look at other elements that keep people and keep young people on St. Helena who want to be independent, like I know all of you do want to be. So there are greater issues than just building a house, I think. There are, when it comes to addressing the whole package. Thank you.
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. What I was going to say is that government need to be an enabler. And I know they build social houses from time to time, but they haven't built any for a while. And there are people struggling to build houses because they can't even afford to. So maybe that government for our young people can start doing like studio flats so that children out of school or wherever want to be on their own could have studio flats. They could go on sharing schemes where they do a 50-50 scheme, and then you could buy the flat out in time. There's loads of schemes you can look at, but you need somebody to enable or to put that into place, or work with the private sector to see how we can do things to get people into housing so that they can have houses of their own. Thank you.
Ms. Melissa Fowler.
Yeah, so I agree with Martin's points. Housing, we need to look at it in its entirety for St. Helena, because it's not just one piece of, such as social housing, it's affordable rents, a lot more that we need to consider. But what I can tell you right now is that social housing, the stock, what we have, the demand, we can't meet the demand. And if we don't look at management of our social housing properties going forward as well, even the maintenance of social housing properties, this will continue to cause a great strain on the people of St. Helena who are in need of this type of housing. I think it is important to know that might not necessarily be that we need more properties, but what we got there is how we manage those that we have got there already. So probably to the fact that there might be under occupation in certain areas. So yeah, I think it's a bigger picture than just housing or affordable land. It's a bigger situation that we have on our hands. Thank you.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
If I could just go back with Ronald, what you were saying about, sharing, young people sharing, having homes that you can share, but also I really think that we could do a lot more in the way of one bedroom accommodation, because looking to older people who no longer have families around, don't want to be living in a big house, maybe in a complex, which is particularly for them. So those are the sort of ideas that we wish we could carry forward. You have these complexes where one-bedroom homes are so much more beneficial. So that's another area, I think.
Thank you. Can we now move on to question number 7?
St. Helena recently gained access to the fiber optic cable, which is meant to provide the island with higher internet speeds and improved connectivity. However, the bandwidth received so far falls short of what was promised. How will you ensure that St. Helena gets the full bandwidth it was promised and the community receives the service it is paying for?
Mr. Dennis Leo.
Well, I believe if the service provider made a contract with the government, they should honor it. So if they're not living up to their bandwidth that they said they would provide, then I think as a government you should hold them accountable.
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Yeah, the fiber optic cable is very disappointing because the people obviously were promised fiber to their homes at affordable costs. So that matter needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. You need to, St. Helena government need to find a partner who will deliver these required and associated infrastructure, and we can get fiber to the homes at quick speed. I mean, this is a serious economic driver for the island if the island is to develop and go forward. So that issue needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency in terms of moving forward. Thank you.
Martin Henry.
Thank you. So being part of the government who try to oversee and put this in, I am just as disappointed as everyone. We put through what we thought was the right thing at that particular time. It physically didn't work out. So we did strive to get this in place. I just want to, though, just put a little bit of resistance around the whole lot. Remember, we have got a small population but a small customer base. It's not a resistance, it's just a fact. And we have to be relatively careful about jumping off the edge and not having any safety net underneath it. So it is far more complex than just the ability to be able to get a provider that will do the service for you. So the other element, which moving away from that. The other element, which I think we have to be really careful with, is that the speed and pace of technology, both in terms of hardware and software, is moving so quick that we also must be careful we don't tie ourselves to a technology which is good today with a provider and we're left behind tomorrow. So while we feel that we are behind now, we could sign ourselves into a potentially another deal that makes us behind tomorrow. So I just want members to be aware of these things in the background as well. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will now move on to question number 8.
With the rising cost of utilities affecting households and businesses on St. Helena, how do you plan to ensure pricing is fair and offers value for money? And would you support a thorough public review to assess affordability and transparency?
Ms. Melissa, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. Utilities. Utilities is a big thing for St. Helena. And one of the things that pushes the price of utilities out is the price of fuel and where it is stored. We have a bulk fuel installation that's been constructed. It cost us about £80 million and hasn't been used. It's not fit for purpose, but I believe there's plans to make it fit for purpose, and so that when we have sufficient fuel, the tankers will come in and it will last longer. And by holding a bigger storage, it should become cheaper for us rather than bringing in tankers every month or whatever. And hopefully that should bring the price of electricity down. The other thing with that is that Connect is 100% owned by government. And I think that until they get a proper license from the government, which they didn't get in the last 4 years, we need to have within that license ability for the government to give them direction. And that is something that they don't have. And it's very stubborn, Connect, very sad to say, because they don't listen. And because we have given them ideas, even with night times where they run in these great big generators that they don't need, we offer them a small generator, they didn't want it. So, you know, it's loads of things that we need to look at. And maybe the regulators also need to do a bit more to help with the situation. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I would support a review into the operations of Connect St. Helena, and there need to be put in place a plan to drive energy costs down. People cannot simply afford to pay the high energy prices. Once the review is completed, a decision needs to be made what is best for the island, even if it means coming back under the control of the government. If that's the best option, then so be it. But certainly needs to be addressed.
Mr. Martin Henry.
Sorry, this is actually quite a complex topic, and it was a lot more complex than I started out thinking it would have been. But I do believe that not only a review, it's my opinion now that Connect, even in itself, has been set up to fail in the fact that it was set up to be a commercial entity. And I think beyond the review, it should go back to what does that company do? Should it be set up as a co-op? Should it be set up as something that we can use as an entire island, and the government supports the infrastructure? As some of you may know, I did attend a Blue Planet conference in Hawaii where we spent the whole week talking to experts in the field. Hawaii is a leading large island in renewable resources, and some of their smaller islands have actually set up this co-op where the government invests in smart technologies like a smart grid, and the infrastructure is actually built by the people because they put the solar panels on their houses. Now, it is more complex than that, but it's a different way of trying to fund this whole setup, totally different, and that's the route I prefer. The other message I brought back from Hawaii was that you shouldn't champion green energy first and foremost as it will bring the cost down. You should champion it as it would stabilize the cost so people know where they stand. And then over time, while you build your resource, then you can tailor the costs off. But you shouldn't go head in and say, we're going to bring the cost down electricity by going green. It's a time process, and I think we need to get that message out there, because unless we're setting the next organization potentially up to fail as well. Thank you.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
Just to say that, yes, I would certainly support a review, because we do know that utilities is the real killer to everybody's purse, so yes.
Mr. Dennis Leo.
Just like to echo what Jillian just said. I think we need to review what we do here on St. Helena in terms of providing energy and our utility costs.
Melissa Fowler.
Just to agree, yes, I would support a public review. I do believe there must be smarter ways to achieve lower utility costs, and we just can't continue as we are now. People are struggling on St. Helena, and we need to look up smarter ways of bringing these costs down. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we have to now move on to question number 9, as we are now pushing the time.
Vaping is becoming more common in St. Helena, especially among young people. Would you support updating the tobacco ordinance to include specific regulations on e-cigarettes and protect under 18s from access?
Mr. Martin Henry.
I do think it's only right that I try to answer this question. And first and foremost, credit to the previous government, because the tobacco regulation, the 2021 regulations did support all of these elements. And I totally supported that particular regulation. Where it fell down was not only when we tried to introduce the regulation, it had loads of issues with trying to not only implement it, but also when you go through the process, we also need people to be able to follow up and to be able to check and to make sure that people are following the rules. And this is something which has, for me, a larger implementation for the new government, because there are areas where where policies are worked in silo. And so someone implements a policy not realizing that it's another department that now needs to monitor that policy and keep that policy, keep people in check with that policy. So, but just to say that when the new government do come in place, this should be close to one of the first things they do, because it was very close before we left.
Mr. Dennis Leo.
I think when it comes to smoking of any type, we need to use education. We don't need to preach it. We just need to address vaping, drugs, alcohol, etc. through like groups like New Horizons, this group here, the Youth Parliament. And I think like you need the men of our modern mentors go into the schools and talk to children about like, it started off as a little game and then it becomes a habit. So we need older people to let them know how they struggle to give up their cigarette. You know, I had a dad, we had to hide his cigarettes because, he tried to quit, but it was hard work for him. So I think you need people who don't smoke to go into schools, and like people who the kids can relate to, they see them play football and Francis playing. And like we need to get more men involved in terms of, and women to a certain extent, to try and help, cut out this whole smoking underage and, because it just leads to an addiction and then it leads to amputations and whatever,
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I would support the vaping and the underage 18 from access to cigarettes. I was part of the council at a time who actually played a leading role. And like Martin said here, there is the issue of policing and monitoring it. The license holders, I will say, will have a responsibility and a great part to play on this, including the police. And I think, that will go some way. And education, if people know it is an offense, then, you expect them to comply. So education would be an issue. And like I say, license holders and the police will have a role to play in monitoring that. Thank you.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
Just to say that, as following on from what Martin was just saying, that the work on this is sort of right there now. Just couldn't unfortunately be completed, but we know how dangerous vaping is. You know, one time it was thought that vaping was not as dangerous as cigarette smoking, but we know that the toxins is so dangerous. So, and to go back on what Dennis was saying about the education in schools around vaping and the dangers, the health dangers. So any support, I totally support anything that address the dangers of vaping to our community.
Thank you very much. That concludes our first round of questions. Apologies, one hidden question. Mr. Josh Midwinter.
With St. Helena's aging population and a shrinking workforce, the demand for carers is growing while the number of carers may not keep up. How would you ensure we have enough carers on the island and that they are properly supported?
Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. I thought I'd get in here for the last question. So we do have an aging population, which is of great concern to everybody. And then we have the shrinking workforce, which is another thing. So it's all coupled together. And the demand for carers is growing. Well, we don't have the carers. And then we don't have the spaces for people to go into care. So what we try to do, we try to find carers so we can keep people at home as long as we can before we put them into care. So the only option is to bring in carers to help. It's costing a lot of money for us to do that. But until we can find an ardent solution, the only way is to bring people in. And I just hope that people support the carers we do bring in and recognize them as carers doing a good job. Thank you.
Mr. Martin Henry.
Just to follow on from what Ronald said, I think this was one of the, for the last 4 years, this has been a real issue that has sat with myself and my department. And just to follow on, you know, there's a number of discussions around bringing carers in, etc. But I think sometimes when you look at stuff, and especially as a government, you can't sit back and discuss while or keep having debates while these issues are continuing to happen. So I think it was really important that we managed to establish the roots we did. It was important that we now do have people with us supporting our community and taking care of our elderly. However, the sustainability for me is a bit of an issue, because the sustainability goes back to my original answer to a question earlier on, is that, you know, I will say I don't like putting finances with people, but it goes back to the fact that this is just money going out, and we need to have money coming in as well to support. So it goes back to creating opportunity and more and more functional sort of businesses on the island, and that comes with the other stuff we've discussed, like stabilizing electricity costs, like utilizing communications, etc. And also, one of the things I don't want to leave out here while we go is the importance of some of the latest technologies around artificial intelligence and etc. They are seriously superior, and they could seriously support isolated communities. It's already started in health, where we're using telemedicine to be able to support us out here from experts from overseas, and that's going to infiltrate, I think, across. Because for an isolated community, these are like serious advantages. I know the limitations and I know the precautions, but we must take advantage of this when we have the correct infrastructure. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Leo.
I might go off piece a little bit here, but one of the words in here is shrinking workforce, and we've heard that in fishing, we've heard it in farming. So do you think that maybe St. Helena, we seem to get a lot of people who come out here and wear suits? You know, every time we turn around, the latest person is wearing a suit. So should we now be starting looking at families who are not so, inward migration in terms of people who are not so educated, or, you know, or want to just raise their family somewhere nice, a nice little island, and they're willing to go work in the farms, they're willing to go fishing, they're willing to be a carer. But right now, all I see on St. Helena when I look is just people coming in and wearing suits. So I think we need to look at bringing more different types of people in. You know, we've got war-ravaged countries. Maybe we could do somebody a favor and, you know, help a family out. So my take is that we need to look at some inward migration to full a lot of these sectors that we're talking about.
Mr. Derek Thomas.
Yes, thank you. The Asian population is clearly growing and the demand is clearly greater. And there's no choice but to bring carers in. But we also must value and create incentives to the local carers that we have. I do feel that more needs to be done because, I mean, the aim would be to keep people in their homes as long as they possibly can. And some people need full-time care, 7 days a week, evenings included. And the remuneration package for those dedicated people who care for their loved ones, that needs to be addressed and increased because I've been told that it's a really cause for concern. So, you know, if we can keep people in their homes and pay them sensibly, I think that will go some way in providing some support to the problem. Thank you.
Ms. Gillian Brooks.
Just to come on the back of more or less what the other people have said here, because caring is not an easy role. It's really not an easy role. It's a 24/7 role, and we do need to have those incentives, and I think financial incentive is really important because it all goes back into the cost of living, carers being able to manage. And when we bring carers in, I think we really going back on what Dennis was just saying, you know, we really need to value the input that they put into our community as well. Because when we think of the caring within the community, we have to think as in the settings as well as in the community with domiciliary carers.
Thank you. Ms. Melissa Fowler.
Okay, I just would like to add that I myself was trained as a carer and I worked abroad and again on St. Helena looking after my grandparents. One of the things that carers has said to me is that they don't feel as if they are being financially rewarded in doing a job that is so rewarding in a way, but they are not being acknowledged for what they do or even given the incentives that they need. So I think we need to look after our carers that we already have there. And obviously we are thankful for those who have come to St. Helena to, again, look after our people. But I think recognition of those carers who have been doing it for a while on their own for a long time. So, yes, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, now our time is officially up for the first round of questions. Thank you to the Parliament members and the candidates. We will have around 10 minutes break and the new round of candidates will be here for questions. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. We are now going into round 2 of the candidates. Just for viewers that may have tuned in a bit late, I would like to introduce our members again.
Hello, my name is Celine Goff.
Hello, my name is Lily Adams.
Hello, my name is Kelly Peters.
Hi, I'm Karis Joshua.
Hello, I am Luke Bowers.
Thank you all. Now could the candidates introduce themselves and why they are running for 2025?
Thank you. My name is Mark Brooks, and I'm running for re-election this year again, because although some good work I feel was accomplished in the last term or the last government that I was a part of, I still think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And I'm dedicated to see that through to completion this time round, and so that will create more opportunities for everyone, making St. Helena a better place for all overall.
Good evening, my name is Clint Beard, and first I want to say thank you for this evening. I think it's going to be a good reflection. One thing I haven't done in the last couple of years is I haven't disengaged. I have been previously on council, so I've constantly engaged and kept up abreast of things in politics. I think what we need to do is build confidence in our leadership. I think that has been, over the years, not only 4 years, even longer than that, that has been sort of, you can see that in the meeting attendances and what's been happening. So I think in that way we need to build that confidence, and I think we need to bring this community back on board, because every decision that we take as leadership is going to affect someone in the community. So we need to bring them along with us. Thanks.
Good evening, I'm Corinda Essex, and I'm standing for re-election for 2 reasons. One is that I've been really deeply touched and moved by the number of constituents who've asked me to do so. And secondly, because I've always been totally committed to sustainable development on St. Helena, both when I was an official working within SHG and throughout my political career. And as Mark indicated, there are quite a lot of initiatives that need carrying forward that were actually started by the previous government and even the one before that. And I would like to contribute to seeing them reaching a conclusion for the benefit of everyone on St. Helena.
Hi, my name is Carl Thrower. I'm running for re-election. My reason for running is because, as when I ran last time, I still feel that St. Helena is my home, and I think everybody has a duty to contribute to the society they live in the best way they possibly can. I believe that my rather unique experiences, most people know renewable energy, telecommunications, but also the experience I've got as I've worked in several countries around the world, leads me to conclude that I believe that the people of St. Helena, one, they need representation that's fair, open and honest, but also I believe that we are on a cusp of either the island going backwards very fast or the island moving forwards. And as I've campaigned for many years, I think that one of the key things is what we've already said tonight, that renewable energy and telecommunications are 2 of the things that can move this island forward.
Good evening. I am Elizabeth Knipe. I'm standing for council re-election. I came in at the last minute with the last council. It has been a very challenging year for me because I haven't had much experience in policies and that type of field. But I've always been part of public service and the community. My passion is for the people. Honesty, integrity, and transparency is very important for me. I will not go with the flow. If I believe in something, I will stand up and I will say, sometimes I might talk a little bit too much, but I'm not scared to say what I believe in. And St. Helena is very close to my heart. I've been on St. Helena now for quite a while. I've had experience in the outside world, dealing with public service, being on ward committees in South Africa, representing civil society and the public service. I'm also a qualified estate agent. I've also been involved in the banking sphere and a qualified traffic examiner. And I did direct selling for 18 years. So I've always worked with people. And it's my philosophy, if somebody needs help, I get down and I do it. So that is where I come from. And I feel privileged to be able to stand as a candidate for St. Helena. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Green. You probably know me more as Tony. But first of all, I just want to say how wonderful it is and a privilege to see you young people taking an interest in politics at such a young age. The reason why I'm standing is because I do happen to have about 20 years experience in the public service, having worked for the government, St. Helena government. I've also had about 20 years experience in the private sector, some of it on Ascension, and I've also done at least 10 years as a councillor. And I feel that it's important for this election that the results of the election next Wednesday should have a combination of people with experience and some with some bright ideas, which I'm obviously keen to see from yourselves. So that's the reason why I'm standing.
Thank you, candidates, for your introductions. I'd just like to do a friendly reminder that I myself am neutral and am the moderator, and so all answers should be directed to the members of the parliament and volunteers. And when you're going to ask questions, please raise your hands very clearly. Without further ado, let's get into the second round of questions.
Current farming practices don't come with enough support for sustainable methods, market access, or training for new farmers, especially young people. How would you introduce policies or initiatives to actively support local growers and make farming more resilient for the future?
Mr. Mark Brooks.
Thank you. So your question states that the farming practices doesn't come with enough support for sustainable methods, current market access, and training for new farmers. I don't actually know that. This is what the question is saying. So for me, the first thing will be to do is to engage with farmers, to understand what are the sustainable methods they need, what are the constraints to market access, and where is the training actually needed. I think most governments in most jurisdictions support farming in one way or another, or some sort of way of supporting food security. But I think with the limited funds here, we need to pinpoint where the actual subsidy is needed, and then try and focus the resources in those areas. So for me, the first thing would be to have good dialogue with farmers and growers and also the education system to try and pinpoint where the support is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clint Beard.
Thank you. I think the practices that we're looking at, and one of the elements in this is the young people. So I think we should be using the education system, and we need I know there was classes around agriculture within the education system. I don't know if that still exists. I think that's important. I think also you need to look at the older farmers as becoming mentors to the younger. That's very important. So you do have someone that has got a lot of skill that can pass that on, because I think at the moment we have older farmers that has got a few skills that they can pass on, but to who do they pass it on to? So we need to understand that. I think also we need to look at what skills do we need to grow farming. So I know we had an agronomist. Do we still have an agronomist on island? that will support the farming industry, so that we can understand where the gaps are, because in my mind, and when I was on council, not every area can grow every kind of vegetable. So we need to look at where we're going to get the best yield, because if we want to become self-sustainable, that's important. We need to start looking at what the growing rates are of vegetables that's being grown. So I think for me, it's about putting it back into schools and using the skills of our farmers to be mentors to the younger generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corinda Estes.
I would like to support what Clint has said, because I think that the younger the children get actually involved and interested in farming, the better. And I think it shouldn't just start at Prince Andrew level. And indeed, I know there are initiatives in the junior schools where youngsters are being taught to plant seeds and water them and nurture them and see them bloom. And that gives them hands-on experience which they can then apply in that field of work if they want to when they leave school. But to maintain that interest, there has to be a curriculum throughout the school system that is built around that concept. And there need to be opportunities both through the work experience program and through the apprenticeship program for young people to be able to pursue farming if they want to do so. So I think that those are some of the initiatives that are there to a certain extent now, but which need to be developed further and established more fully for the benefit of students who are likely to want to follow that sort of path when they grow up. In terms of supporting local growers, because of financial constraints, there are a lot of things that would be advantageous, but basically are not affordable, unfortunately. And I think farmers recognize that. But certainly, as was mentioned earlier, if individuals who are unemployed and on casual work schemes could be attached to farmers in the private sector, as well as doing work in government departments, that would assist the situation. And also, I think that there is a need to look at what sorts of financial assistance are available to farmers and whether those are still the most relevant and important at this point in time. And I know that is something that should fall out of the new agricultural policy, which is likely to be developed very soon. And the Chamber was heavily involved in actually putting forward suggestions and comments from the farming community about what they felt should be priorities within the new agricultural policy. And it will be up to the new government to look at the proposals that were put forward by the working group and decide whether to accept them or not.
Thank you. Ms. Elizabeth Knight.
I must agree with my colleagues that have spoken with regard to that, because I also feel that it would be very important to introduce it into the school system. It would be interesting to have a bit of an agricultural college, but that all depends on the finances, because we know the restraint on the budgets, because not every child wants to be a farmer. And there's got to be some form of financial incentive for them to do that. But other than that, I quite agree. It's an educational system that needs to be looked at to support them. Thank you.
Mr. Carl Thrower.
Thank you. I think the other speakers have covered most of what happens at the school with the young people. I certainly support what they've said. But I think that we need to look at a bigger picture. The new agricultural policy, as Dr. Essex said, is coming out hopefully very soon. It's something the next government's going to have to pick up and hopefully move forward. But I think also we need to start looking at the bigger picture. This is a much bigger question that partly was answered earlier. You know, what can the government do? Well, the farmers, we don't have a urologist, as far as I know. He was very popular when he was here. We didn't replace him. We've already covered the problem is this chop of getting some money to do some clearance and some money to prepare some land. There was EDIT money used recently to clear land and build storage sheds and things. But we've got to develop a group to do joint up thinking on all of this. First of all, what do the shops want to sell? You've got to start asking what sells. There is no point in having 10 young farmers all growing potatoes at the same time. It won't work. So we need to start really sitting down and looking at this entire thing from how we produce farmers in the schools and people who want to get into it, to what the shops want and how the shops sell things. Shops can't store vegetables. They can't store lettuces. Have you noticed how whatever shop you go into, lettuces are not put into refrigeration units because they can't afford the electricity to power them? You go anywhere else in the world, all salad products are kept in fridges because they store for 3 to 5 days. The way we currently work on this island is if your lettuce doesn't sell in 1 day, it's horrible and soggy by day 2. And that has to change. So I think that we need to put together a proper group to think about the holistic grouping of how this works, from people to grow it, to growing it itself, the help that we can give, and also the bank needs to start doing more. We keep talking about government financing. These are businesses. You've got to sort the bank out. It is 100% owned by St Helena government. It has just announced over £700,000 of profit. For a small island, that is a lot of profit for a bank to make. So that's why I come down on this.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we'll have to cut this question short and move on to the next question.
How do you propose to ensure that the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, particularly in younger generations, feel included, supported, and represented if you are elected?
Mr. Carl Thrower.
Thank you. So during the previous term, we identified the fact that the Constitution needs a wholesale review. And this, to me, is where we ensure this. We can do much outside of the Constitution, but the Constitution is the ultimate rule book, and it needs sorting. Recently, it was reviewed, but it was only reviewed in as far as to allow the ministerial government. There is a long list of things, including the LGBTQ community, that are on a list that needs to be fixed. So we need to move forward. And actually, what I would do if I was the community is ask that the next government undertakes that as a matter of priority, the constitutional review. It protects everybody's rights, and everybody has the right to be protected.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clint Beard.
Unfortunately, I have to just tag onto that. I think the Constitution plays a vital part in everyone's rights. And the review has been undertaken in segments. I think it has to do with far overarching. There needs to be a lot more work done. And in this community, it's a very small community. So I think inclusivity is very important. I think segregation is not a good thing. So, you know, part of my goals is to have a united community. So I think when we're going about it, you know, we voted on this in the previous term, you know, and to me, things have moved on. I see things happening which is positive, but I think it needs to be cemented in the Constitution. I think that's the only way. I think what's happening is we're all on the peripheral edges. On everything we want to do, we're on the peripheral edges. We're saying we want to do this, we want to do that, but we haven't really taken on the onus of saying, let's put it in the Constitution so that everybody gets protected. At the moment, we're protecting a segment of the community, and there is others that are not protected. So we need to protect everyone and give everyone the choice, because that's what it's about. It's about having choice. And if we can't do that, then what are we here for?
Mr. Mark Brooks.
So just similar to Carl, without going into the Constitution, I think any legislation or policy that government puts through should take the community into in consideration. But I think for me, not knowing or not having these issues really personally in my sort of life, the first thing I would do is try and reach out to the community to try to understand if, they don't feel included, what is the reasons, how do we better support them, and all the rest of it. So for me, it will be just good dialogue with the community to start with, I think.
Ms. Krinderastix?
I believe very strongly that all sectors within a community ought to feel included, supported, and represented. And I welcome comments from all sectors and questions and queries from all sectors, irrespective of what subgroups, if you want to call them that, they come from. So if someone from the LGBTQ community approached me on an issue, I would treat them in exactly the same way as I would any other constituent. And I think that it is the duty of all of us who are elected to represent our constituents to do so.
Ms. Elizabeth Knipe?
For me, this is not an issue. I have members that are in that group, and I accept them as they are. They are also human beings like us, and it's their right and their choice, and there should be no discrimination of what they want to do with their lives. They're still human beings. Thank you.
Mr. Anthony Green?
About 8 years ago was when we first introduced the same-sex marriage ordinance, and there was really a split between the people who really accepted that. I'm not so sure how much it has pushed on since then. So I think that there needs to be talked about, there needs to be a lot of education, further education, and I also think that a review of all our legislation, as has been suggested, that needs to be looked at, that we haven't just started something and then left it, because we're so good at getting things underway, but then something new comes up and then we just lose sight of it. So I think that that is something that I agree with, that the new government should have a close look at.
Thank you. We will now move on to our next question.
With inflation and rising living costs, many pensioners struggle to meet their basic needs. Do you believe the island pension should be raised? And if so, how would you ensure that this is sustainable for government finances?
Mr. Mark Brooks?
This is a tricky question. I think we all share the same views, as that we would all like to see the basic island pension increase. But how do we fund it? I mean, that is the tricky part of the question. I think when you talk about rising costs, I think trying to do what we can to lower the cost of living on the island would help. For instance, with cheaper or more affordable electricity, more affordable freight charges, would lower the cost, of course, for pensioners and everyone, as well as government as well. And I think with those savings and other areas of government that I feel savings could be made, and I think those monies need to be rediverted to helping the most vulnerable on the island, which is the pensioners and the elderly folk. So it isn't an easy one when you don't have a certainty of what finances you're going to get year on year. But I do believe that if we can make savings, then those savings need to be reinvested in pensions and raising the wages on the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony Green?
I think I'd like to follow on from that because we only have so much money here to go around, and particularly when we pay increases. But if I have it correct, based on what I read in the media, there was a salaries review for government servants. But some of the percentage that the media portrayed was far different to what I think the pensioners had an increase. And so if you have so much money around, to me, it would have been an opportunity to make sure that there were adjustments so that the pensioners weren't the poor people who came out worse in this, but they would have had an equal share of what was available. So, it's a bit late now, but I think that would have been a good opportunity because the percentage was really small and people are now suffering. And the people who have given valuable service to this island are the ones that are coming worse off.
Thank you, Mr. Call-Thrower.
Thank you. First of all, I agree with Mark Brooks. It's not just about putting things up, it's about lowering costs as well. There are two ways to address cost of living. But I will say that I agree with also what Tony Green just said. I didn't like that in the budget. I did raise it during the budget. I thought that spending over £1 million on government pay rises, which gave some people significant increases, was out of kilter. I think the percentage is wrong. I'm not saying anybody didn't deserve one. Certainly the people on the lower incomes certainly deserve one. But I think we need to be very careful that we take everybody with us when we look at these things. And I think we failed that this year. However, I will say this, that maybe what we need to do is start looking at putting in automatic inflationary increases for some people. So, for example, the 5.5% that pensioners got this year, inflation's 6.3%. So you lost money. So inflation's very simple. If you get less than the inflationary percentage, you lose money in true spending power. And I think we need to start looking at that a lot broader and taking inflation into account a lot more, not just with pensioners, but we were just talking about carers' pay as well. We were just talking about people who look at home-based carers and things. We need to really start looking at what everybody earns or is paid, because not everybody's employed, and we need to start really addressing these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Clint Beard.
In my mind, I think you got to ask yourself, are we really looking after the vulnerable? That's a big question, and the vulnerable could be those that are in receipt of basic island pension, or there's another aspect, which is the IRB, income-related benefit, which is not spoken about in this question. However, the parity between the two, the income-related versus the basic island pension, is that if you're on IRB, you get a lot more perks to those that are of older age. So, example is if you are on IRB, if you go for a scan, that would be exempt. Whereby if you're on basic island pension, you would have to pay, right? So in that light, it just seems that the parity between those two schemes are not aligning itself. And then also you look at electricity costs that are just incurred now. We've had a big hype around electricity costs. People have been saying, as a business, you write off your expense. As an elderly person trying to save money, you've just been hit with a 10% increase. So isn't it time that you also look at tariff adjustments for those that are lower end users? So a tariff adjustment for lower end users with a slightly reduced rate that is in place. By that, we're really saying that we are looking for after our elderly individuals. I mean, there's a big drive in the community care, so that has happened. You can see that they're trying to fill the gaps. But also, we need to, somehow I think we're just using the word vulnerable all the time. But if you look at it, our pensioners, all their money is taken away every single week on expenses. So in a month, all the money that they receive, if it's £85 multiplied by the 4, that funds is taken away through if it's through taxis, if it's through whatever. So, we should be looking at it. How do we then enhance even we own the bus service. Why aren't we not giving an elderly person one bus ticket per week free or at a reduced cost? It's as simple as that. There is things that we can do. We have to be sustainable with how we do it, but there is ways, because just saying we want to give an island pensioner an increase, what is it going to be? And where are we going to find that funds from? It's not as easy as it is. If you're talking about 15, 20 pound over the year, you're looking at £1 million. That's a lot of funds that we need to find. The government needs to provide services for the entire community. So we need to be mindful of that, but we should also just not be talking and using the vulnerable phrase all the time without doing any action about it. So make sure we do action instead of just saying we're looking after our vulnerable when we're actually not.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Corinda-Essex. We have to now move on to the next question.
Do you support encouraging local businesses to adopt greener and more sustainable practices and also promote healthier lifestyles for our community? If so, how would you help make this happen?
Mr. Call-Thrower.
To the first part of the question, yes. As somebody who's built over 20 solar systems for local businesses, I fully support greener businesses. Also, I would point out that it's not just about the energy of local businesses as well. It's about lighting and things like this. I can't tell you how many times I keep going on about the lights in this very room, which are still fluorescent tubes rather than LED. As for the healthier, yes, but that's all part of the question, the first question. You've got to start growing. As the former Minister, Martin Henry, pointed out, locally grown produce is much better for you. So once again, holistically looking at things to get people to eat healthier. We only get a very small range of fruit and that in. I've often wondered why that needs looking at. We need to talk to the merchants. I believe it's got something to do with how we clear biosecurity, not on our island, but actually how things clear biosecurity and the amount of paperwork they need over in South Africa. So this is something else we can look at. But if you want people to eat healthier, we've got to provide them with enough things. You should be able to walk into a shop any day of the week, at any time, and buy fresh, healthy produce. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brooks.
Sorry. Yes, like everyone, I think, who's spoken before, I think I would agree in supporting businesses to become greener and more sustainable. But it is about how do we create that initiative for businesses. Of course, if you're a business, it would be a natural thing to be greener and more sustainable, because that would ultimately lower your costs. So in terms of how does the government fit in, things like import duty on A-rated appliances, stuff like that, could be more incentivized to encourage businesses from using equipment that is more, how shall I say, low in energy consumption. Also, healthier lifestyles. I mean, there's a lot of people that drive to work, dare I say. Supporting businesses that gives initiatives to staff that doesn't drive to work, which a lot of other jurisdictions do as well, could be also a thing that we look at more into the future. So yes, I would support it, and I think, again, it is down to businesses to also engage with government as well, and ask for incentives in different areas where they could make their businesses more greener and have more sustainable practices. So again, and I keep going back to dialogue, it is a two-way dialogue. Government can't make the decisions for every business out there. It needs the businesses to basically make the decision to want to go in that direction, and then speak to government how they can incentivize that to happen for their business. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clint Beard.
I think, again, it's about engagement. I think engagement between, if you're looking at businesses, you need to find out from those businesses what they want, what they're looking at to achieve a a greener or more sustainable. I think the greener they go, it comes at an expense. The unfortunate part, it does come at an expense from the onset, and then it would tailor itself off. So that is the other initiative. I think how it tailors itself off will again impact on, hopefully, that your businesses could offer reduced prices on goods. But then again, if you look at it, question one was about, the farming and agriculture. So if we want to live greener and be, healthier practices, we need to be able to afford goods in the shops. I think that's important. So without the support and the communication, it becomes a bit of we're saying one thing, but we're doing something else. So we have to be careful of that. And there is already green businesses on island. So I think maybe what we should be doing is promoting that a little bit more. Baby steps to creating more and more businesses on island that are more health friendly. So a tourist, there's a lot of walks and businesses that offer the hikes. There's businesses that do offer cycling as well. So there's businesses that will and can improve and will be an attraction for people to visit the island. So we need to use that to our advantage. I think the advantage we got is we're not a population of 50,000 people. We are a small population. So by that, it could be easier for us to take that baby steps and start moving forward and forward. But we need to take that leap, and we need to start doing it. We need to support the initiatives out there. We need to incentivize, because if we don't incentivize, I think one of the problems is that everything else hits businesses and families hard. So if you don't have an incentive or something that you can bite into, you're reluctant to go out and, let's say, eat healthy because you're thinking about what's going to be on the plate tomorrow. Now, if we had a vibrant economy whereby we have lots of vegetables and at a decent price, we can say we can buy today and we can buy tomorrow. So we will not probably have that lettuce in that fridge. That lettuce will be gone today because you can come back tomorrow and get another one. So in essence, that's what we need to do.
Thank you all. Can we now move on to the next question?
The government has a goal to grow domestic revenue through increased economic activity, reducing reliance on financial aid. What economic activities do you believe that St. Helena should prioritise to achieve this, and how would you support their development?
Ms. Corinda Essex.
Economic growth is absolutely essential if St. Helena is going to progress. There are no two ways about that. And we have got areas where there is potential for development that are not being fully utilised at this point in time. Some of them were referred to earlier this evening, such as fishing, tourism, to some extent farming. And there are also new opportunities and new initiatives that are worth exploring and developing. For example, we recently had the visit of people who were interested in cultivating seaweed for economic benefit. Those things can only be piloted and tried because one can't foresee whether in fact they are going to bring a good return or not. But nothing venture, nothing gain. So I think there is a need to look outside of the box and try and identify new potential sources of revenue going forward. And also, I think there's a very big need to market what we have got more efficiently and more effectively. Not just locally, but on a global level. Because I think there are tricks that are being missed because St. Helena hasn't got a big enough presence on the world stage, if you want to put it that way. And certainly, if I'm re-elected, one of the things that I will push very hard for is to raise more awareness about St. Helena and what it can offer and what it has. I know one of the other candidates is saying, make St. Helena great. I think St. Helena's great already in a whole range of areas. And I think we need to promote that as an island. And by that, I don't just mean the politicians should promote it, but the whole community should promote it in whatever arenas they can.
Mr. Anthony Green.
I don't have any new ideas, but things that have been talked about before, and that's really stemming from the benefits of having the fiber optic cable. Because with that, we are not isolated from a communications point of view. And I'd like to tie that in with education, because I always think that we're not instilling the needs and benefits of having education here. Because we can be far, thousands of miles away, if we can get this fiber optic cable running correctly, if we can get our people rounded in education, see the benefits that can be derived, we could operate a lot of activity from St. Helena, and our isolation will be no more. And I would like to see people encourage that, and I think the next government need to push on with getting the fiber optic cable up and running and getting the communication system sorted.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brooks.
Thank you. So, like like Dr. Astic mentioned, I also believe that economic development is so important, especially for this island. I think continuing with the things that we all know about, tourism could be a key driver for economic development, although I do feel it will be a slow driver. It will take time to develop tourism given our limitations here. I think the cable being landed here also has potential to offer capacity and to sell that on to potential call centers, data centers, and so on. I think the work that we've started, which I said one of the reasons why I wanted to run again within the company's register, has also real potential. It is designed to attract high ESG companies, or companies with high environmental, sustainable government sort of structures, to register on our company's register, and in return we would collect fees. But the spin-off on that also is that we would encourage more opportunities in providing professional services from St. Helena. And obviously rolling out the cable, which I think has been mentioned before, and having high-speed internet to everyone's homes will allow everyone who really wants to take a part in that to offer those services and work remotely, not just for the companies registered here, but companies registered anywhere. I think fish and coffee is also another industry that potentially we could be exploiting a lot more. Exporting our fish has been attempted before over my lifetime, and I think that we have never reached the full potential of what we can be making from that. Coffee, also, we hear a lot about coffee and the potential around how good St. Helena coffee is and the niche markets that we can get that product into. I think it's definitely worth exploring, and in the previous government, we did start a project with a coffee producer in South Africa to look more deeply at the supply chain here and trying to get that into niche markets. I think a new potential, one that hasn't been explored as far as I know on St. Helena so far, is selling biodiversity credits. We have fantastic things like the Millennium Forest, wild-bird habitat. Why not package that up and sell that so that we can create a revenue that can keep that going for generations to come? Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to now move on to the next question.
St. Helena has many ways of celebrating its history. From the museum's recent expansion project to the Liberated Africans Interpretation Center, how would you ensure our island's history is preserved and promoted while still allowing modern infrastructure and development to move forward?
Mr. Carl Thrower. answered last, so I will have to let you go first because she answered last.
Okay, thank you, Zach. So first of all, obviously, from physical points of view, you've got the LDCP that we spoke about earlier, which we're still waiting for to be finished, which will hopefully have very strong enforcement tied to it, which will protect the island's heritage, the physical heritage, things like High Knoll Fort and things like that. You've also got the Land Development Control Authority, whose job it is. So recently, a lot of people will be aware there was a project looked at to put a lift onto the side of the castle to give disabled access into this very room, which was turned down through the planning process. So we do have certain safeguards in place for some of it. However, I think that what we need to do is we need to make sure that these are tied in and respected in other ways too, because it's not just about the built heritage of the island. The oddest thing I'm going to mention, Thorpes are currently doing a lot of work on their warehouse in Jamestown, and I was shown Jamestown's very old toilet from where people used to put their donkeys, which is being left in place. So I think we can do it, but also we have to be mindful when we actually start saying that we want investors in places and things like that, to always start by pointing out we need these strong guidelines told to potential investors. You don't want to put investors off by bringing it in after the fact. And I think that's how we carry on preserving it. I think more work, we've got investors coming hopefully to look at various things, and we just need to be truthful right from the start and say this is what goes, this is where we don't go. And that makes it very clear for them.
Thank you. Ms. Corinda Essex.
Carl has said a great deal of what I was intending to say, particularly with regard to the Land Development Control Plan. But I think that there's a need to look at legislation more widely as well to ensure that there is a balance between what is necessarily in place to preserve and promote our culture, but at the same time also make it clear up front what is permissible and under what circumstances. At the moment, there's quite a bit of ambiguity around about what can be done and what can't be done and under what circumstances, etc., etc. And I think if we're going to really achieve this aim of ensuring that our history is preserved and promoted, and at the same time not using that as a barrier to allowing modern infrastructure and development, that whole area needs to be examined in detail and explored, particularly with regard to the relevant policies and legislation.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brooks.
Thank you. So again, I think we are, to a certain extent, we're missing a trick here. I think we've got some fantastic heritage and history on St. Helena, and it's about how we make money from that. I think if we can make money from that, then we can put that money back into preserving it. And I think a lot of important buildings, heritage buildings around the world, just does the very same thing. Tracks money from tourists, put that money back into preserving it. So I think promoting our heritage, especially our built heritage, and also our history, our dark history, and trying to attract people here to come and visit these places and to pay a fee, a privilege to visit some of these places here, which is one-off. There's no results like it in a while. And I think reutilizing that money to sort of maintain or restore a heritage building, even if it takes 100 years, it doesn't matter. As long as it's going in the right direction, where you're starting to preserve it and not letting it fall into ruin. And there's a building I visit in Barcelona that they're restoring a church, and they've been building it for I think over 500 years. And at the rate it's going, it still will probably take another 200 years to complete. But the main point of that is you're preserving a building that's 500 years old, and you're trying to get to an objective of completing that building using tourism money to do it. So I think we need to utilize that a lot more to protect some of our most historic buildings and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clint Beard.
I think we firstly need to create that list. I think we need to create a list whereby we decide what buildings we want to start off with. Because I think right now we're trying to do 10 buildings in one time. We don't have the funds. So I do believe that buildings and heritage is a major tourist attraction. People will come for that. But I think we're doing it a bit of piecemeal. I think we need to focus on what we want to do. So if we want to attempt to do a building, let's do it. Let's start that, get it to a point, and then we move to the next one. Because what we're doing now is we're doing too many, and I think the funds that we got, if you're looking at it from a budgetary point of view in government, the maintenance of buildings is nothing. The budget there is absolutely nothing. So it's how we're going to maintain that. It's also when we're looking at, I think, the liberated Africans, I think they've had a nice, they've been put down and they've been given the recognition that they need from this island. But now it's time to move and to adjust ourselves to other initiatives as well. So although we need to look at the heritage and the buildings we have, we need to just look at how we're going to fund those. And I think the budget also needs to portray our intention. And I don't see that at the moment. I don't see the budget portraying our need or our talk about investment into those buildings. I don't see that. I haven't seen that in years, so maybe we should be looking at how do we put some more funds into that budget line. I think that's important.
Thank you. Sarah, we have to now move on to our next two questions. We have to skip question number 7 due to time constraints, and each candidate will now have a maximum of 2 minutes to answer. Will you please move on to question number 8?
Currently, local students pursuing higher education in the UK only have access to student finance tuition loan and a Bank of St. Helena loan of £5,000 per year for living costs. This is far below the amount needed to survive while studying in the UK. How do you plan to address the financial support for students so that higher education is a realistic option for all young people in St. Helena?
Ms. Corinda Essex.
Thank you. I believe very strongly that one of the first steps that ought to be taken is to get the long talked about Scholarship Trust Fund actually up and running. This is something that I think 3 successive governments have done bits and pieces towards implementing, but for various reasons, and again, a lot of those are financial, it hasn't got over the line. But to me, it is a real disgrace, quite frankly, that youngsters who have worked hard, achieved hard, and reached the standard of being accepted into universities in the UK might end up not being able to take advantage of that opportunity because they can't afford to do so. We were talking earlier about equality with regard to LGBTQ groups, etc., etc. And I think inequality in students' ability to attend university is a potentially very serious issue, which could be very damaging to the reputation of St. Helena, apart from anything else, let alone to the individuals concerned. And I am not suggesting that parents who can afford to make a contribution should not be expected to make a contribution. But I think the pendulum's gone too far. Originally, government paid 100%. Now it only makes a very, very small contribution. And that's an issue which I think, for the good of our young people and for the island going forward, needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency by the new government.
Thank you, Mr. Clint Beard.
Maybe we should ring fence a amount for students to study. We ring fencing for tourism, we ring fencing for the TC budget. Why not for our youth? That's number one. Number two, I think, is we should look at what allocation is given to other British overseas territories. So whatever terms or conditions they have, I think St. Helena should have the same. So that's another thing. I don't know if we are getting the same, but that should be another one. I think the other aspect that we can use it is the utilization of the cable. And starting courses off on island, I think doing online courses is something that can happen. So, but I don't think it's viable for, let's say, a 3-year course. I think you have to leave at some point in time. So let's say we can go to a 2-year period on island. It allows more individuals to have the ability to go and study. So 2 years on island, using the cable that we've got, it's here, using the college that we have, making sure we study and giving the youngsters an opportunity. I think that's important. And then eventually using the year 3 to go overseas and get that university or college experience. I think that's another part. And then also, probably, I think another thing that is important is 3 years of studies don't mean nothing. I think you need a bit more experience. So I think a 4th year overseas as well is important to gain some knowledge of what is happening out there and then returning back. I think also when we look at the funding that was dealt before, we need to make sure that there's certain conditions in place. I think £5,000 as a bond was far too little, so we need to look at conditions in place that you do come back and you do come back to work on island at a reasonable remuneration.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Brooks.
Sorry, yes, so the youth are our future, so it's very important, and I think we do need to invest more in our youth. But I don't think we should do this in isolation without our partners, the British government. I think adding on to, maybe touching on a bit what Clint was talking about, we do, I think, need to look at ring-fencing funds, not directly maybe from our budget, but as an add-on to what we get in financial aid. At the end of the day, if we want a better future for this island, and if we want to become less dependent on the UK government, we need those leaders in the future. We need those business owners. We need those entrepreneurs, and that's all going to start from your further education. So I think lobbying the British government to put aside a certain amount of funds that we can invest, just ring fence in higher education would be one thing that I would definitely be lobbying for next term if elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Green.
Yes, I think one thing that was trialed some time ago, I'm not sure how successful it was, but that was actually in partnership with the private sector. And there has been a case or cases whereby people who have companies or they have little jobs that they run on their own, they actually sponsored certain people. And so they took them under their wing. They actually kept in touch with them regularly. They provided some financial support. But most important of all, what they did promise was a job at the end of the term. And I think that is well worth doing, because if you can have security of a job when you come back, if you can have some financial support while you're over there, you also got somebody to talk to in the trade that which you're following. It would really incentivize you to push on and also to come back to the island.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we will not have any more answers for this question. We will now move on to question number 9.
Many key roles on the island are currently filled by TC posts. What plans would you implement to ensure the upskill of local staff and delivery of effective succession planning?
Mr. Carl Thrower.
Thank you. I think one of the things we need to do, and we do seem to miss it, is we need to try to support people who want to upskill. And I don't think we do that very well. But also there has to be real benefits to upskilling. You know, I was talking recently to somebody who works for the government who actually is in charge of 15 members of staff, and I was very surprised when they said how much of pay they got. I don't believe it was enough, and that was putting them off from upskilling further. Because they said, well, you know, I spend all my time studying, I go home, I don't get to sit with my family and spend time with my family because, you know, I'm studying to go up. But then the remuneration and the benefits of that once I finish it aren't great. And I think that's an important part. But also, I think you've actually covered this in multiple questions now, where we were talking earlier about upskilling teachers and teachers' aides by sending them away so they get real life experience. And I think that's one of the problems, is it's okay to train somebody. Somebody can pass a qualification, but they need experience, and you can't always get the experience you need on island. We have to be willing to put more money into getting people off island for experience. We have to put more money into sending students abroad. I'll give you a good example. We are running out of electricians. So I think it's a much bigger picture once again that really needs holistically looking at, because you need electricians, plumbers. If you want to build more houses, you need the builders. We're not training them anymore. The college shut, the technical college was closed down. Where are they getting the experience that we used to give them at colleges like that?
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brooks.
So the TC posts are funded through a TC budget. If re-elected, I actually would be campaigning to have more flexibility within that TC budget. We often bring TC to St. Helena on a 2-year or 3-year contract, and succession planning meant that there is someone who would shadow them for that period of time and then fill their shoes once the contract is finished. That doesn't always happen, but in instances where it does happen, I feel that the person would have a much more rounded benefit by also working abroad. So going on to what Carl said, it's not just about having someone shadow a TC here for succession planning. It's also about, you know, if there's a route to a post or a key post that hasn't been filled or can't be filled by the locals, then why not train someone up to do that post? Send them away, put them in that environment where they cannot just learn of one person, they can learn of everyone around them. You know, you're not just now shadowing one TC, you're working with a whole bunch of TCs, put it that way. So I think a person would learn a lot more quicker and have a lot more, should I say, fuller sort of, you know, experience in the actual post by having that role also being partly delivered abroad, not just here.
Thank you. Mr. Clint Beard.
I think we need to move away from the TC post being academically inclined only. I think we need to promote more a TC with vocational experience as well. That's the problem. I think we bringing in, it was mentioned before, everybody that can dress up and have suits on, but we are losing the experience of electricians, builders, you name it, and the economy is shrinking. So we need to build capacity, local capacity in that. TC budget is ring-fenced. Now I think that needs to change, because I think TC budget has become the easy way out of employing people on island. What happens is you come in, you get chosen, but our current budget stays the same. What we should be doing is, when you have someone shadowing a TC officer, and it could be over 2 periods. I'm not saying it should be over a 3-year period, it could be 2 periods, it could be 3 periods of the TC being here. But at that point, where that local takes over, that budget line or that amount should go over into the current budget and stay there, not be taken back. Because what's happening is it is almost as if the local now becomes a burden to our recurrent budget, and it should stop. We have a TC budget. If you're losing £50,000 from the TC budget, it rolls back into the recurrent budget so you can fund that local person that's taken up that skilled position. Right now, we don't have that. That budget is there for 1 year, and the next year it moves back. So it must happen. And I think the TC aspect has become so much about academics. I think it needs to change. We need vocational, we need training in other aspects, because without that, our local capacity will be dead. We'll have just suits, but that's all we'll have. So it's about supporting essential trades as well. I think that is critical, you know. And I'm not downing anything about academics. I think it's important, but the balance needs to be found now. We focused most of the time on academic. Now we need to change our mind and move a little bit between academic and vocational. So we need to look at it. I think the TC budget is too much ring-fenced, that there's no real economic benefit for St. Helena at the end. And that's what we want. We want benefits for St. Helena and for its people. So if you have that role and you have a TC and, that trains, because that's what they're here to do. They're here to pass on that skill. So for 25 years, we haven't had that. I think we should start implementing that straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Green.
The question talked about upskilling local staff, but I just feel that we should think about actually looking at grassroots root levels, because the adverts that I see is always asking for high academic, in our terms, of having O levels. And I think that, you know, if you look at the past, people who came into the public service mainly came in with very little qualifications. But what they did do was to be given the opportunity to learn. And I believe that, well, if you look back, most of the senior people, say 10 years ago, all started without any academic qualifications. But I think that if someone has a reasonable degree of intelligence, and they used to be called competency tests, and if you get them in and you provide them incentives, you give them a day off to do further education, you also give them the chance that if you don't show anything up in 3 years, then you're out, or something similar, or not so bad as that. But then you give an encouragement. I know by working on the centre, we took in every school child who left school and give them a job. I know that some who didn't really be able to read and write efficiently went on to develop themselves. They eventually took tests, they had further education, and I know 2 of them now are away overseas running their own business. If they had been asked to pass a test or do an O-level, they would never have been successful as they are. So I think we got to encourage people at the grassroots level to be able to allow us to upskill people right through the age range.
Thank you. We are now over time, and so I would like to thank the candidates for this round of questions, and we'll be back after 10 minutes or so for after refreshments. Hello and welcome back to round 3, the final round. Apologies to the viewers and the candidates and the members. We are now running late. However, we will stick to our 50-minute round. The time limit for each answer will still be 2 minutes because of this time, because we are over time. So if I can now ask the candidates to introduce themselves and what are their reasons for running for council?
Hi, so I'm Andrew Turner, and I'm running for re-election on the basis of something I'm calling Our Island, Our Say, and the main principle of that is about putting people back in control of their future and their destiny. I talk to a lot of people who tell me that they feel very left out when big decisions are being made, and I would like to be a part of bringing them back into the decision-making process.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rebecca Kenswicks and I'm a candidate for the election as a standing for the first time. We need an island where everyone has an equal opportunity to thrive and not just survive. We need an island where our children have the choice to stay and or return and build their futures here. I'm standing for election because I would like to bring my experiences to help steer the island from decline to managed renewal. If elected, I will work with the community to make St Helena a more inclusive, collaborative and forward-looking island.
Good evening. I am Julie Thomas and I'm standing for re-election. I was the inaugural Chief Minister under the new ministerial form of government. My tagline for this campaign is plan, perform and deliver, and we must make time of the essence. This, I believe, is really important for St Helena. I would like to be a part of the team that can truly make a difference for our people and our island. That is exactly what I stood for last time as well. But I believe the vision that we set in our first term is still rings true for today. We need a sustainable environment that creates opportunity and inspires social and economic progress, ensuring a better quality of life for all. We've done the groundwork. It's now time to deliver on what we've put in place, and hence that's why I'm running for re-election.
My name's Robert Midwinter. I first stood for election in 2021. And I'm running again for election to fulfil the commitment that I made when I stood for election 4 years ago. I made it very clear then that I believed moving into a new ministerial government would take time to get the foundations in place. And that certainly did take time. We were in lockdown still in 2021. I believe the island has moved forward, but I would like to assist in taking the island further forward. And I want to just add that I think it's wonderful that the Youth Parliament are here doing this year. 4 years ago, we had the Student Council do this with the support of the Chevening alumni. And of course, having been involved with helping the Youth Parliament get itself set up, I'm really pleased that you're doing this tonight.
Hello, my name's Derek Pedley. I'm running because I feel the biggest problem this island is facing at the moment is population decline, and I believe that it is important that we come up with solutions to the answers to be able to retain our population. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colin Baku. I've been nominated to stand for election. One of my main things are trying to retain our youngsters on the island. I believe there's a lot of more things that we can do to retain the youngsters, and also supporting our vulnerable would be another main issue.
Hello and good evening. My name is Craig Buckley, and I've served in a previous tenure on Legislative Council, 3 years on Legislative Council and 2 years on Executive Council. I believe that it's absolutely crucial that St Helena establish effective leadership in the coming 4 years.
I've never felt this way before about the island. Things are really taking a time for the West, and we really need to now come together as a nation and a community and set aside our differences. I think tonight is a good event that's been, thankfully, it's been hosted by the youth, and some really good questions are coming out tonight. I think that the council that's going to take the island forward needs a mixture of both experience and youthful exuberance with bright ideas. So with your help, I would like to be a part of that team. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Jeffrey Ellick. I'm standing for re-election, and the reason I'm standing is because I want the best for St. Helena and our future generations. And the only way, in my view, that we're going to be able to achieve that is through continuity. Previous government, well, government still in place at the moment, was successful in putting certain foundations in place. We really need to build on this now. If we don't have continuity, we could find ourselves going backwards. What we need to do is build on what we've put in place. I've also got a tagline, which is pretty much, everybody can talk, not anyone can talk and deliver. We need people, strong leaders, who can deliver for St. Helena. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, let's get into our first round, the questions.
As we move further into a digital age and with AI advancing, would you consider introducing incentive for essential labor workers such as farmers, technicians, and plumbers to ensure these trades remain strong on St. Helena?
Mr. Colin Bargo.
Trades on St. Helena is very close to my heart. I believe that years ago when there was a technical training center, we had all these trades coming through. Years ago it stopped, so I'm sure that we need to bring those trades back for the islands. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. I have been running on 3 pillars, and one of those pillars is called Fixing the Foundations, which is all about trying to sort out the very bedrock that all of our economic and social development is based on. And I recognize that to do that, we are going to need trades, because electricians, plumbers, builders, other sorts of technicians, they keep our homes, our businesses, our public services, they keep them running. I think if we invest in hands-on skills just as critically as we do on roads and utility upgrades, then we can actually reduce delays, cut costs, and more importantly, keep the expertise we have in these sectors on island.
Thank you. Mr. Derek Pedley.
Thank you. I think that there are several initiatives which would greatly assist. I think a key one would be a return of vocational training and those skills being funded by the government. I've made a recommendation that part of the Bank of St. Helena's profits should cover these courses. Second, I think that the budget that ENRP have got is simply not sustainable for all of their activities they need to undertake. So I would suggest that by the 1st of April 2026, the director has decided which lands they can manage effectively, which could then be put out to tender or leased, I'll say, to farmers. And finally, I think that the government needs to incentivize people to produce our food. Now, this could be done by a production board, so that instead of us giving incentives at the beginning, we pay them on results. So actually they get paid by how many kilos of potatoes they produce, or it could actually be fish. but I think that we need something which is going to help guide us, and that focuses the private sector on production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julie Thomas. Rebecca Kainswicks.
Hi, thank you. I think what's going to come up as a repeated point is the economy. Is that if there is no economy, there is nothing. There's no fewer people here, less disposable income. There's not going to be people who are going to be around to be buying the food, to be needing the plumbing services or the carpentry or the building or the masonry. So fundamental to all of this is actually focusing on that. We've spoken about trades, apprenticeships, trades training, trade schools. I think that's absolutely essential. We do need to be training and supporting young people, and lifelong learning is a key to all of that as well. And I also think that we've got an opportunity, you mentioned the digital age, to use digital innovation to support those trades as well. So if we're going to make production more cost-effective and efficient to keep food costs down, there are drone technologies, there are machinery, even just we mentioned the agronomist and improving the way in which potatoes were farmed, that we can capitalize on the digital age to improve the way in which we work, whether it's plumbing, electricians, or farming. But essentially, we need an economy in which they can grow. Businesses tend to be able to, if there's a niche and there's a gap in the market, they'll create it. If there is no business to be had, they won't be here.
Thank you. Mr. Rob Mitwitzer.
Thank you. Well, I tend to approach these from a slightly different angle as well, because I spent 14 years on the island before becoming a politician working in economic development. I'm a strong proponent for private sector-led economic development. I actually think when I see a lot of these questions around what's government going to do and incentives, I actually believe that the private sector has a key role to play here. We have a technical wing at the secondary school. We have an agricultural unit at the secondary school. There are nowadays available online courses. I think the private sector should be taking a lead role in the developing of the agricultural sector, the plumbing sector, any technical sector, but I do think that there is dialogue to be had between government and the Chamber of Commerce and local business owners as to what role they can play in growing our economy.
Thank you. Due to time restrictions, we have to move on to the second question.
With barriers to higher education in St. Helena, how would you ensure young people in the working population have access to learning opportunities? Do you think re-establishing the trade school could help? And what would be the main benefits and challenges of doing so?
Ms. Julie Thomas.
Thank you. I think now I'm going to try and cover both in this 2 minutes that I've got here. I know we talked about the digital age and AI advancement, and I think that is key because it's coming. We would like to have the faster internet, and with that will come all of these different technologies. However, we have to fill the gap as well, because if we're going to be catering for our young people, it's about now whether the businesses that are operating is tech savvy as well. So I just wanted to add that onto it. I'm not at this present time running in the hope of re-establishing a trade school. I do think the secondary school has a foundation for that. I think we also need to look at the shrinking population that we have, because we've got some that are interested in trade, but it's about 5-6 students. So do we really have the funding available to invest in a trade school when the numbers that would potentially be going through that is so small? There is opportunity, though, through lifelong learning, as Rebecca has just mentioned, and I think we need more collaboration between education, skills and employment portfolio with the private sector, and I know there is some collaboration there, but I do think that there is more that needs to be done. There's been fairs held, and the numbers are low. So we do need to continue to push so that the private sector joins forces with the government to ensure that we're providing all the learning opportunities we possibly can for the youth, but also to bridge the gap between the business owners and the youth as they come into the workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. I think this one is quite an interesting one, and I hate to use cliches, but we're in a bit of a chicken and egg situation in that we need more people to fill those classroom positions. You know, if we want to offer more of a variety of subjects, then yes, we need more kids in the schools to be able to do that. But we need the families here to be having the kids or to be bringing the kids back to have them in the school. So to me, if you want to expand or remove those barriers to higher education, you actually need more kids in school. And the best way to do that from my mind, and it sort of leads into a few other places, is to actually focus on bringing back families. Make St. Helena as family friendly as possible. We know we can't really compete on the global stage with wages, but we can on so many other perks. You know, St. Helena is a safe place to raise kids. St. Helena is a wonderful place to raise kids. You know, I had a great childhood growing up here. And I think if we can bring families back and encourage them to have children here, then that puts more kids in school. That gives us more opportunity to offer a wider variety of courses.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca Kainswicks.
Hi. I would go further, and I think we have to be ambitious and expand our horizons and maybe try and kill, not to sort of address two things in one. We have got a St. Helena Community College, we've got a secondary school providing training, and we have a research institute. We have both the opportunity and the need for both technical training and support, and as well as academic. And I think there's an opportunity to maybe capture that digital age in terms of distance learning by thinking bigger and saying perhaps there's an opportunity here for a higher education system that might allow, whether it's a university, a technical college, or a hybrid that can attract people who would like to learn maybe remotely, that might be able to come here on field visits, that would be paying for courses and using the finance that you could attract from people who do want to study and learn. And we've got some fantastic basis for that from all of the experiences and knowledge that we have for managing our environment, our ecology, our island, to offer courses that perhaps other people will be attracted to. So I think there's an opportunity for both economic development from education, as well as providing support to help younger people and people of all ages to access education by helping to make their costs be covered by the revenue that we raise.
Thank you. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. I just want to elaborate on both questions, actually. It comes down to the root of the problem. It's all about viability. If you're looking for the private sector to help you with this here, their business is going to need to be viable so that they can take the youth on board and so forth. St. Helena is not very viable. So what we really need to do is address the root cause of the problem. The root cause of the problem is we don't have sufficient people. And hence the reason for the government, the current government, introducing the immigration policy so that we can bring more people into St. Helena and make St. Helena much more viable. And that's the basic thing. With their immigration policy, it is not a magic bullet. It means that all other policies need to align to make St. Helena much more attractive for people, and then we can build on those foundations so that we can have various things to upskill our people and so forth. But we need people to ensure that we have an economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Pedley.
I think that we do need to reinstate vocational qualifications, and I think they need to be targeted vocational qualifications. You know, I'm involved in the, I'll say, EV sector at the moment. You know, there is nobody on this island to repair EV cars. There's no one on island in the private sector that is qualified to install EV charging points. So that there are key barriers, and this is the future. And therefore, it is critical that we find the funding and also the training with, I'll say, an approved organisation so that these skill shortages are addressed. Thank you.
Sorry, we have to now move on to the next question.
How do you think St. Helena government can better support private sector businesses?
Derek Pedley.
Thank you. I think there are a whole raft of things that this government needs to be able to do, the next administration, to be able to support private businesses. I think that first of all, we've got to create an industry. We've got to decide, you know, are we going to grow coffee? Are we, you know, getting the fishing industry going? How are we going to utilise the cable? And then and in addition to that, then you've got to put the tax incentives into place, because currently for businesses on this island, the corporation tax is higher than a lot of EU countries, including the UK, and in addition to that, I'll say one of our local competitors, Mauritius. So we've got to address the corporation tax. I think the other thing that needs looking at is in the legislation, we need a Bankruptcy Act. Not all businesses are successful. Currently, bankruptcy is the act of forgiveness of an individual, not a company. That's what the Bankruptcy Act is. And the biggest issue we have at the moment is we've had companies that have gone bust, and there is no capacity to be able to write off the debt for those individuals at some point. So I think that we also need to cherish investors, and we need to make sure that we've done the due diligence on those investors very early doors to make sure they've got money, which hasn't always been done. And therefore, then we will get much better outcomes if we've done our due diligence, and we must be able to protect their data, because sometimes they're sharing very sensitive data, for example, their bank statements, and that has not always been done where we've protected their data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruyff Buckley. Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I've noticed the trend tonight is there's a lot of talking around the subject without offering any real solutions of how we move forward. So it's pleasing to see some of the members on this panel coming up with some, Mr. Colin Barger with reference to the trade schools, and Mr. Pedley and Andrew Tanner coming up with real solutions that we can work with to actually move forward. I think St. Helena has a limited population, so it's important that we have diversity in the business environment. The Bank of St. Helena plays an extremely important role in facilitating business activity. So I think, therefore, as a government-owned entity, it's important to have a close working relationship with the government. Its policies need to align more closely with government's direction, with mechanisms for reporting more often than they previously have occurred. I think supporting to those businesses who are facilitating growth needs to take the forefront. For example, initiatives that generate new revenue sources, i.e. the tourism sector, and also the construction sector, which is significantly overlooked in my opinion, both of which are the main drivers of new money coming into the island. And these need to be supported through, they can be supported through tax deductions that allow them to employ staff on a decent salary and abide by employment rights law when it comes to leave and contracts of employment. A centralized administration service for tax returns and cash flow forecasts could offer business support for those who are in need of this type of assistance. Work placements through Career Access St. Helena and the Benefits Office could offer transitional support to fledgling businesses until they develop and become self-supporting, with the goal of being permanent employment in the end. These positions could also be on a rotational basis, which would see cash clients exploring a range of employment opportunities across the business sector, which would greatly benefit those individuals involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Turner?
Thank you. I think one of the things we need to look at is our relationship with the private sector, and I hate using sports metaphors, but I'm going to do one of those as well. And that is that we should be acting much more like FIFA, I think it's still called, where we are the ones, we provide the pitch, we make sure it's safe, maintained, we referee the rules of the game, but we're not the players. We shouldn't be fielding our own team in the field of the private sector businesses. We should be letting them be the ones to play ball. I think this also comes into the core of that sort of fixing the foundations idea, because all economic development, every business, every worker is trying to do what they do on the same foundations. If those basic foundations aren't up to scratch, then anything you try and build on them is going to be flawed. Now, if we can address cheaper energy through renewables, more affordable water for agriculture, and just better basic infrastructure as a whole, then that enables local business to grow. If we fix the pitch, it's easier for the players. And that, of course, has the benefit for the public of a lower cost of living. And I think renewable energy is one of those rare win-win situations where the environment and the morally correct option is also the one that makes the most business sense. So that, to me, is one of the core actions we need to be taking, is not just having yet another plan for how to implement renewable energy, but to actually start doing it.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Kainswicks?
Yep, I'd like to agree with Andrew on those points. It is going down to foundations and fundamentals. And one of the biggest barriers to private sector right now, and I think we're all talking about needing to make immediate and urgent changes so that we can help people right now as well as plan for the future, is people's disposable incomes, is the population size. There is less business if people have less money to spend and there are less people. That's the fundamental problem. And so what government can do is look at how it can immediately address the challenges to disposable income. We've recently had the pay scale review. We've also had minimum wages. But we can't increase minimum wages without an economy. We have to have minimum wage increases alongside a raft of other measures to improve growth in the economy. So at the moment, the island is at risk of not benefiting from minimum wage and price rises if the economy is not growing, because you're putting pressure on the private sector and competing with the private sector. If they are going to manage those costs and not put them through to the public, then they need to have ways of not making any losses and certainly having an opportunity. But the other thing, of course, with government and disposable incomes is duties, tax thresholds, and making sure that affordable and essential goods and foodstuffs is at a fair rate of tax, or as fair a rate of tax as they possibly can make it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, now we have to move on to the next question.
The 2016 energy strategy aimed at St. Helena to become 100% self-sufficient in renewable energy. Given the high electricity costs and the current reliance on fossil fuels, what specific actions will you take to accelerate the transition to renewable energy on St. Helena?
Ms. Julie Thomas?
Thank you. I know that renewable energy has been on the lips of everybody tonight, and I think rightly so. Renewable energy has been something that my government, as the previous government, was working towards. As it says here, a 2016 energy strategy was put in place, but there was no policy to push it forward. A policy is now ready for implementation, but we also had some work done to be able to look at the regulatory framework. I know mention was also made about no long-term license for Connect St. Helena as the utility provider. That was done for a reason. We weren't prepared to give a long-term license until we fixed the problems. So the regulatory framework needs to be put in place with the policy and legislation to be able to move utilities forward. And I'm not just talking about electricity now, I'm talking about water and sewerage as well. So I think this is, again, confirmation as to why I'd like to be re-elected, because I know that work has been done now, and we've actually got funding outside of our recurrent budget from Green Overseas to actually assist us in getting some independent advice, actually, on how we need to take St. Helena's energy and energy strategy forward.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Cairnswicks.
Thank you. So we just mentioned before about duties on imported goods. And I think we should be also helping people to help themselves and make that affordable as well. So, you know, just reduce, water has a huge cost and a huge electricity cost, and we are definitely putting people into utilities poverty and bringing down the costs or helping keep down the costs of having solar energy for heat water would be very, very simple means of starting to help people to help themselves.
Thank you very much. Derek Pedley.
Thank you. I think that it would also be useful if Connect communicated better and actually they gave an indication of where the costs will be for electricity in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, so people can make a decision whether they want to go off-grid. There's a movement at the moment where a portion of the population are going off-grid, and I think that unless people can give an indication of what the price is going to be, that's going to escalate, because clearly, you know, for a lot of people, that is going to save them a lot of money, particularly if they're in business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. I'd just like to support Julie with what she had to say, but also to elaborate on that. We also identify money within the capital funding as well, which in either projects, to have money for battery energy storage systems as well. So we've got all that in the pipeline. In the policy, we're pretty much saying that in 2028, we should achieve renewable, 27, sorry, we should achieve renewable energy. So we've got everything there in place because it's going to take time. It's not just going to happen just like that, because you're going to need parts and everything else to come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Crave Buckley.
Yeah, I think the legislation and the policy aspects, I think we all can work towards that and can be realistically achieved. I think the thing we might be overlooking is the expertise to deliver on this. As part of the previous government, which endorsed the PASH deal, which didn't quite work out as plans. And in hindsight, looking at other companies such as Swiss Winds, who had walked the walk before and have delivered on projects worldwide, I think it's important that we now establish a clear mandate towards getting the correct expertise to deliver a meaningful solution for St. Helena. In the beginning, there was talk of having 3 large wind turbines to cut down our land footprint, but in hindsight, perhaps we should have 6 smaller ones for contingency, workforce development and expertise, and battery storage and the like. So I think that part is extremely important, if not more important than the actual policy and legislation that underpins it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kallenberg.
I believe that we should take advantage of our energy sources that we have available to us and bring into operation the new system of using solar power and wind power, and pass those benefits on to our recipients of the utilities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. I'd just like to add on to what Croix just mentioned before. We also put in the capital budget as well for the design and modeling of the wind turbines in there. So we know that is going to be correct when it does get here.
Sorry. Mr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. I just really wanted to put in on this, is that this is one of these areas that really comes into this idea of plans into progress, because over the last few years there have been so many different pieces of paperwork, different consultancies, lots of money spent, but that's not translated into more solar panels, more windmills, battery storage. And it's going to be the task of this next government now to really push this over the line and make sure that renewable energy and environmentally friendly energy is something that becomes real, because when we do this and we get the energy costs down, or at least stabilize them, we have to remember that businesses' costs are your costs. So you're not just addressing the cost to the business, you're addressing the cost to every single household. It doesn't just help you when your electricity bill comes in, it helps you every time you go and buy your frozen pizza or your tin of beans. And you know, one of the parts of the question, I think, was to look at what specific actions, and I think something that was mentioned earlier on in the session today is absolutely the way to go. The way Connect St Helena was formed is fundamentally flawed. And I've said on many occasions that it actually does need bringing back in, breaking up into its component parts, because electricity is something that can be done, maybe not as a profit, but as a not-for-profit entity without creating the sort of the high prices and the high cost of living that we've seen. And I really do believe that. So, you know, if you want to talk about what the first steps, the real actions need to be, I think that is going to be one of the key ones if we want to make this a long-term sustainable thing.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we'll have to move on to the next question.
How do you plan to engage and support the St. Helena Youth Parliament if you are elected?
Mr. Rep Midwinter.
Thank you. So as I mentioned in my intro, I was actually in the last 4 years working with the Youth Parliament to help them get re-established, and we did, within our CPA branch budget, allocate £500, but it was small fry. And I personally think that as a council, particularly the CPA, the local CPA branch, needs to work with the Youth Parliament to help develop the Youth Parliament, and either through the branch or ideally directly with the St Helena government, establish a budget line for the Youth Parliament. I think that our youth should be attending the overseas conferences that are held, and that is a wonderful learning experience for our youth to be able to aspire to go to, but you're not going to be able to do that with a contribution of £500. So I would like to see the incoming council through the CPA branch working further with the Youth Parliament to ensure that you are able to embrace those opportunities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew Turner.
Not like me to forget the button. When it comes to island-wide issues, I'm incredibly proud of the work that was done in the last council, spearheaded by, obviously, Rosie Bargo. I worked on it alongside with Robert on a few occasions, and which has resulted in a functioning youth parliament. Now, we need to make use of this existing organisation. I mean, some of the things I'd like to see are more youth-led workshops, regular meetings with councillors and youth parliamentarians, so that you have ample opportunity to tell us what you need from us. I think that would be the sort of the core of starting a proper working relationship that will last for years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Derek Pedley.
Yeah, I would just like to add to what Andrew and endorse what Andrew's just said. And I also think that it would be useful on occasions if some of you in the Youth Parliament could be included in some of our conversations with our constituents. So you actually get to see what politics is about, so that you get to see some of the problems that people bring to us, provided they're happy to have an extra person in the room. And I think that would be very useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rebecca Kainswicks.
I think everything that's been said is something we can all agree with. And I have to say, it is, you are leading. You've led with this, and this is amazing. You've come up with some, fantastic structure and some great questions. I think you keep us honest and you keep us on our toes. So I think, we have a lot to learn from you as well as you from us. So I think in terms of funding and finance, definitely. I know that you can't do it alone, and I know you can't do it on a voluntary basis either. So not only do you need support for enabling and engagement, exposure and experience, mentoring and opportunities, but you also perhaps need a mechanism by which there is a permanent opportunity for a position and that will enable growth. And certainly that was the basis behind originally the National Trust, is that when you've got a lot of people working hard on various different jobs and that you can't do everything. And if you want to move things forward and progress, you actually need to be remunerated for it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Julie Thomas.
Thank you. I know when this was formed, we helped with assisting with your constitution, etc. Whilst we were in government, and I know it was very much in a fledgling position at the time, but I would encourage the new government going forward to ensure that you are having the ability to attend the cabinet meetings as well, to understand how business is undertaken at an executive level also. But I would encourage you to put together a proposal, and it's probably a little late at this present time, but the quicker you can move, the better, because the next round for annual financial aid from the UK government is around the corner. So if we knew exactly what it is that you needed and the structure, you really need the structure in place so that we can, or the new government, should be able to assist you. But we need that early because it's very difficult after the budget has been approved for us to find additional funding. I know Rob has made a good point there with regards to the CPA funding, but we have a small budget from the CPA ourselves as a council, so we need to know what that is early so that we can tap into UK government and probably even the CPA there to see if they could support us in helping you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Colin Bargo.
We need to engage and support the St. Helena Youth Parliament. They need to be exposed to some of our current problems that we are experiencing on the island, and that would help. What they think of it, and we could see using what they think and working together to see if we can overcome some of the problems.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. I agree with what everyone else has said in terms of the support. In terms of the engagement part, I think we didn't do much of it previously, but what I do believe is that we should be engaging more with the Youth Parliament in terms of our major policies that we are making, and it really affects the youth, because at the end of the day, they're the future of this island. And I've made a lot of policy decisions, and to me, I just took my own initiative and said, this is what we need to do to empower the youth. But I really should have been sitting down with the youth and saying, what do you think about this? Because this is about you going forward. It's not about me. And I think more empowerment for the Youth Parliament and our youth of St. Helena is essential, because we got to remember they are our future.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to move on to the next question.
If elected, how will you ensure accountability and transparency in your decision-making, including acknowledging mistakes so that the public can place trust in your leadership?
Mr. Cruyff Buckley.
Yeah, I think this is an important issue for me. As part of the previous government, I fancy we had a much better working relationship between Executive Council and Legislative Council, to the point where Legislative Council used to even see as far as closed minutes of Executive Cabinet meetings, even though they are not part of the decision-making process. I'm not sure of the boundaries that are set now within the ministerial system parameters, but on a small island like St. Helena, I think it is absolutely essential that at least the leaders of the island seem to know what is going on, because I've met with LegCo members in public, and they are no better informed than myself, and that is a serious issue, because it not only demonstrates that there's no unity at the top level, so there's no chance of the public actually know what's going on. So this is something that I seriously want to change if elected, and I'm yet to see a minister yet to take accountability for any of the serious issues that have caused concern within the public domain, shall we say. There's been a few failed projects. I'm not pointing any fingers at anyone, but I'm simply pointing out that if mistakes and failures are made, one should be prepared to stand up, acknowledge them, and correct what has gone wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Derek Pedley.
Thank you. And I just want to say that Cruyff has made some very valid points there. I also think the other key thing is that people need to be very, very clear when they're conflicted. And if they are conflicted, they need to remove themselves from the decision-making process and delegate that authority to another cabinet member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Julie Thomas.
Thank you. I know it talks about, and I guess it's going to sound as if I'm biased because I was the Chief Minister of the previous government, but I do feel that, and I've said this in my manifesto, and it's really important, I don't think it should be just the ministers that have to be responsible for good communication. We are accountable, I don't take that away, and I'm happy to be held accountable, but for the public to believe, or even, it's just been said by Cruyff, that no decision-making was shared with the wider council is incorrect. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say it the way it is because that's so incorrect. The only decision that we took that was not shared with the whole council was buyout, because that one was done and then we came out the very day that was going to be announced. All the rest were done. But it's about trust as well. So I cannot allow our confidential information to be shared with the wider council if they're not going to be trustworthy in not taking it further into the public domain. And that I've said before as well. But as I said, with communication, the ministerial team, the government, we went every week onto radio to talk about what we were doing in our portfolios. That was put in the paper every week. I know that there were some members of the wider council that did similar stuff, but you have to come to work to be able to communicate as well. So that's another thing. So I didn't really want to go into that, but I think because of the things that's being said, it needs to be said that communication goes both ways, and it's important. I've gone into constituency meetings, thank you, constituency meetings, and some of the things that the community is saying they don't know, they should know, because the entire council would have known about it. And as you said, 20 seconds, but the community needs to engage with us as well. It's not just a one-way street.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca Kainswicks.
Communication is really difficult, and on this island it's particularly difficult because we need to communicate on so many different levels. There are many people that are not getting out and they're not getting information. So whether we are meeting face-to-face, whether we're organising meetings, whether we're getting people to meetings, whether we're even writing letters. So we're going from digital engagement to physically writing letters. If that's what it takes to get messages through to everybody and to get messages through in a language that everybody understands, because there's a difference between communication and putting it in a language that everybody understands. So I think we have to use all forms of communication. Well, as I say, radio is so essential. Newspaper, digital, and as I say, face-to-face, and even letters if that's what it takes, because the community is so small, there's no reason why we can't engage and include everybody at the level that they need to be included at.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. In terms of the accountability, I agree with what Julie has had to say before, but also to elaborate on that, accountability for politicians is about policy and strategy. Accountability for operational matters is down to the officers. Yeah? We will set the direction in terms of policy and strategy. It's for them to deliver on that. If they fail to deliver, they need to be operationally accountable for that. In terms of, like I said, the strategy, we will be held to account by other elected members, what people call the backbenchers, yeah? We are also accountable to courts if there is a judicial review. And ministers within their own portfolios are personally accountable. So if they make the wrong decisions, it is quite severe, they could find themselves in court, they could find themselves in prison. There's a process for decision making, and it has to follow the Constitution. Yeah? So we make all decisions that is in line with the Constitution, and there's a thought process for it. In terms of transparency, I think Julie covered that before. When we make decisions, effect in St. Helena, we go out there and we explain the decision. I think what people might be getting confused with is that the decisions are made in a room and it's a collective decision, and people want to know who's made whatever decisions. Under our Constitution, collective decisions is about a group of people making decisions. It's not about individuals in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Columbargo.
I believe it is very important that to get trust from the public, we need to ensure that decisions that are made, important decisions must be made. So at times, we all would make the best decisions, but not always it works out. So we have to acknowledge our mistakes, and being transparent is very important to the public and to everyone else involved.
If anything you would like to add, Mr. Buckley?
Yeah, I'd just like to agree with what Mr. Columbargo said. I think integrity is of utmost importance in politics also. But I would like to make a pledge, and this is the Buckley pledge. I pledge that all information, apart from information that is extremely sensitive and personal, and obviously information that is commercial in confidence, being otherwise, well, all of the information will be put into the public domain. So I think it's important that we be totally open and transparent, but also that this information is received in real time. Because there's a tendency on St. Helena for the street to know before LegCo even knows sometimes. So I think we need to walk out of the cabinet meetings, straight up to the radio stations, over to the next one, and get the information out in the public domain to install trust back into this government. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We have now to move over to the next question.
What are your plans for more regularly consulting, engaging, and updating the young people in our community, including those outside of St. Helena Secondary School?
Mr. Croft Buckley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the internet is, again, a wonderful tool to engage with the community, and one doesn't have to be physically present to present their opinion anymore in a meaningful way. Such platforms already exist, such as social media and official government web pages, and the SHG press office does a great job getting information through their team. And also, they could assist in extracting relevant pertinent points that come across on the internet, and if necessary, draw them to the attention of relevant officials and ministers to accelerate the decision-making process. This will obviously take a keen eye for detail, and quick subsequent action could quickly mediate a lot of concerns that are being put online. I think constituency meetings in the last 4 years have been at an all-time low attendance, and this is really concerning as a member of a previous tenure of government. I think this trend must seek to be reversed, and trust must be instilled back into the community to attend these meetings by the leaders that represent them. Regular public meetings attended by all members also represents unity as an island and builds further trust that members are acting in the best interests of the island citizens. There's nothing like a face-to-face engagement to vent strong feelings that need to be addressed, especially in a small community. There's no place to hide when you're met face-to-face with this community. Trust me, I know. Radio updates are also a very important tool for community outreach, especially on a regular basis, as the general population should be aware, as I said before, in real time of important decisions. Decisions behind closed doors without public consideration always lead to discontent. And it's my intention to be as open as far as possible to instill trust back into our system of government and demonstrate that we and the people are one and the same and chasing the same goal, what is best for St. Helena.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. I think when it comes to engagement, and particularly with young people, to me, it's the government's responsibility, and I mean that in the widest possible sense of government, to get as much input and feedback about proposals. And the principles of our island, our say, means it has to be the people of this island leading the way. Now, we can achieve that through embedding public and youth voices at different stages of the decision-making process. You know, I talked earlier a bit about doing some youth workshops and things so you could actually be the ones generating those policy ideals in the first place. But I actually also believe we should be making a lot more use of digital platforms as tools for real-time public consultation. Because while I've greatly enjoyed hosting constituency meetings, not everybody wants to come out to a public meeting all the time. So why not make it easy for people to engage with you from their sofa? And of course, if you want real engagement, then people need to see that that engagement is being genuinely taken on board. Now, you simply can't do that behind closed doors. I think in a truly open and honest government where you can see your feedback being actioned, that's where it encourages the public to engage more because they can see where their inputs follow through, and it builds that level of trust. If I can see that the feedback I've given to you was at least discussed, whether it was agreed with or not, that at least builds the trust that it wasn't just put on the sidelines.
Thank you very much. Ms. Julie Thomas.
Thank you. I think I'd ask the question of you. How would you like us to engage with you? So at this point, I'm running for re-election, but I could end up being a councillor. And I have some great ideas of how I would love to then communicate because I'd have more time, if I'm honest with you. At the moment, being the head of the government, I don't have time to be doing all the communication I'd like to do. But it would be interesting to hear from you to tell any new government how it is that you prefer us to, as a new government, to operate with your new council. What do you wish to have? We've tried radio, as I said before. We go on weekly. We had it in the newspapers weekly. I know Cruyff mentioned about after EXCO meetings, go to the radio stations. We do that. When the decision is taken, we go on radio. Not always the radio station can accommodate us at the time that we would wish, but it is there. And then the other thing, which is key, just to give a bit of background about ministerial form of government, we were the inaugural ministerial form of government. As Chief Minister, I did not have a private secretary or a cabinet secretary. So every piece of information that I did was pretty much coming from me because I didn't have any secretarial support to be able to help me. To give you some idea, just to give some context to what it means, we have cabinet meetings every Tuesday, or at EXCO on a Tuesday. We're in our portfolios on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Then we're back in with the wider council on Fridays. So when is it that you're supposed to do your administration work? So I would suggest, I would say that maybe it would be good from the Youth Parliament's perspective if you could tell us how would the youth like to engage with the new council, because I think then we can try and work as a team as to who could do that. There are champions. We had children's champions. We had all the older person's champion. So maybe that's the areas that we could look at to better engage with yourselves.
Thank you. Mr. Midwinter.
Thank you. Coming back, really, sort of highlighting what Julie said about the previous question, actually, because I think you need to be present and engaged. During my tenure as a councillor, I didn't rely on constituency meetings. I had very good constituency meetings, actually, but I didn't rely on constituency meetings. I held drop-in surgeries. I actually went to where the community was. So when there was float building at Kingshurst Community Centre, I went and joined in. And people approached me during those sessions. I attended all of the primary school open days. Every time there was a primary school open day, every primary school on rotation, to engage with the teachers, to engage with the students, to engage with the parents. And that is how you do it. You do not just advertise a community public meeting and then expect everybody to come. But the other public meetings that were held in my district area, I did participate and I went. So every time there was something on EDIP programme, that is how you actually engage with the public. And as a councillor, that's your responsibility. And it's your responsibility to engage with the ministers, not the other way round. We, as the councillors, are supposed to do that. That's part of our role.
Thank you very much. Mr. Columbargo.
Consulting and engaging with our young people. We need to get out with the young people and let them voice their concerns, yeah, and try to work on ways to get around their concerns.
Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Thank you. I think I'll go back to what I said earlier on, because I think it is important in terms of policy making and so forth, that we talk to the Youth Parliament, who in my view represents the young people. I'm no expert with young people. You're the experts. You know your peers. And for me, I would want to be meeting face to face with the Youth Parliament if I'm going to discuss policies and so forth. But also, I would like you to go out and talk to that youth in it there. And if you need to bring other youth members in, then I'm happy to meet with those people. But for me, when it comes to consulting with the youth, I believe you are the experts and you guide people like myself on those matters. Because we were young one time, but it was a whole different generation. It's different now. Children have different expectations and so forth. The world's moved on. So I see the youth, yourselves, as the experts who guide us. We don't guide you. Thank you.
All right, one last from Mr. Derek Pedley.
Thank you. I think that actually it's one of the few things the panel actually all agree on, is that we need to engage with you in a variety of mechanisms. And so, yes, I basically endorse what everybody has said this evening on that point. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We'll now move on to question number 9.
With young people spending more time online, especially after the connectivity of unlimited internet, what specific steps would you take to support their mental and physical health on St. Helena?
Mr. Crave Buckley. Yeah, thank you. This issue actually took me by surprise, and it was addressed by, again, a previous government that I was a part of. And I didn't realize the undercurrent internationally that was common with regards to mental health. It has really taken me aback, the importance of it. here on the island, facilities and personnel are extremely limited, and they work around the clock trying to cope. It is symbolic of the diverse range of adequate health provisions we have to deliver on such a small island, and how we struggle with limited personnel. I think the benchmark we should strive for is to provide care at least to the standard expected in the United Kingdom. And this is something what we must highlight with force with the UK government during aid settlements. As to what we can do now, I think we need to base this in the school and in the education arena. Even with the limited staff, I feel sure they could take limited time out to visit the schools. I know myself, not everybody is willing to reach out who has mental health problems and the stigma that's attached to it. But I think a program which should make it mandatory for each of the students to visit a mental health professional during school hours for at least 5 minutes, just to check, to see how the internet is affecting them. I know myself, I find myself doom scrolling all day sometimes, and I really have to check myself, and I said, but you need to put this phone down now. And I find myself going back to it. So I know the real challenges that exist, and I'm 40 years old now. You know, I've seen an age when we had dial-up to what we got now. But for you guys who literally were born with a phone in the cot, you know, it's a whole new different aspect. And I think it is something that is extremely serious. And with the mental health team's help, I think we can address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Midminster.
Thank you. Obviously, there's two parts to this, the health and the mental health and the physical health. Mental health, I think we have to have that open dialogue. We've got to bring these things out. I've been a member of the White Ribbon Day campaign. That is about gender-based violence. There's gender-based violence goes both ways. I think we need to have open dialogue about it. I think the Youth Parliament has a really crucial role to play in this, particularly in terms of young adults. Even with the LGBTQ that was mentioned in the earlier session, and by the way, that's actually in the Constitution. We cannot discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation. It's already in the Constitution, so I don't know why people were saying we need to wait for constitutional review. It's there. And then on the physical health, we need to invest more in outdoor activity. We need to be encouraging that. But I think, again, we need to encourage the private sector to develop businesses and activities of an outdoor nature. Things like what is going on in Merriman's at the moment. You know, and it was wonderful to hear that there is now some further dialogue around the two play areas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. I think a lot of people are aware in general of the physical health issues on the island, but perhaps less so the mental ones. And I think over the years, a lot of the information that's been given out around issues like mental health and even things like vaping and things that we mentioned earlier, it's been very UK focused and very UK style, and it hasn't really seemingly struck a chord in the community. For me, I would like actually to integrate this into the whole concept of Our Island, Our Say, where actually we take local voices and local ideas on how we can encourage healthier lifestyles, both physically and in terms of mental health and well-being. I would also say on the health side, over the years, governments have been quite trigger happy to punish bad behaviours with sugar tax, alcohol tax, tobacco tax. And I'm not saying these are bad things, we need to discourage bad behaviours, but we also need to encourage the good ones. And I think that's an area where we can do a lot more to really incentivize people into doing maybe eating better, more physical exercise. And health, of course, it's tied into every other aspect almost of what we've been discussing today. If you have better agriculture, as has been mentioned, you have better access to fresh, nutritious food. You aren't so dependent on preserved goods, which contain more salt, sugar, etc. If you have a lower cost of living, people can often afford to pop for healthier options. And, if you do a youth engagement in the right way, maybe you can stop some of those habits from forming in the first place. That's all right, I'm quite happy to leave it there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kallenberger.
Now, the spending more time online is what's happening now. what do we have in place at the moment on our island for the physical part? You know, is it better to be on your phone, sitting down, or what else can the youngsters do? Yeah. Because if there's nothing out there, then the phone is the best thing they can do. Yeah. The next thing is, do we have the right mental health support for the kids? Yeah. Because I think it's getting harder and harder now that, you know, with all the new stuff that's going on, the kids are getting more, you know, exposed to all the stuff, and they're young. So, what mental health support do we have at the moment?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up for that question. We are now moving on to the last question.
St. Helena was designated a Category 6 Marine Protected Area in 2016, and in 2022, a marine management plan identified its core values, including the island's natural beauty, globally important biodiversity, cultural and historical influences, and the economic opportunities that can be derived from the marine environment. How will you ensure that these values are upheld and safeguarded for future generations?
Miss Rebecca Kainswicks.
So core values and management plans, they're established with strategy and based under the Land Development Control Plan. So if we want management plans to work, we need economic development to work as well. So the environment and the economy are intrinsically linked. We know that the environment brings value, but we've got to show that it brings value. That means that these marine protected areas or national conservation areas are also creating income and supporting livelihoods. So we need to be able to support livelihoods, whether it's fishing, whether it's diving, if it's in the marine environment, whether it's farming, or whether it's having houses and homes that have heritage value, that are having people living in them or being used for hotels or development. We need to make sure that whatever those management plans are that are put in place and those strategies and regulations are enabling economic activity.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cruyff Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. St. Helena's biodiversity, we all know, is very unique in every sense. And we have a variety of endemics, both marine and terrestrial. We do quite well in our funding streams with support through various funding streams from numerous donors worldwide, and long may it continue. I think it is one area that we don't seem to have a problem in, if that's the only good thing to know. However, it is vital that we ensure that the saints themselves take the lead in its protection. And this is upskilling and working alongside qualified personnel to ensure the conservation of our environment, and that the practices sometimes and restrictions particularly don't intrude upon our way of life. An example of this is the recent fishing restrictions. Whilst I respect and value the importance of scientific study and data, it is absolutely paramount that we consider the impact upon the well-being of people who depend on these environments that give them their sense of identity. And this is against a backdrop of recent marine intervention, supposedly backed by science, that is telling us, in particular the fishermen, what they can and cannot catch. And it is okay to impose restrictions, but there need to be reasons why and ways to mitigate the feelings of this. This is cultural identity we're trying to mitigate here. So after all, I think humans are not separate to, we are a part of nature, and we depend on it for our survival.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Kallenberger?
I agree with Mr. Buckley. There are certainly economic opportunities on the island, and with our way of fishing on the island, we do pole fishing. There's one fish at a time. We are not catching netfuls of fish, so it should be a sustainable market. Yeah. So, yeah, it should be safeguarded. The stock should be safeguarded, but there's always opportunities that will bring money into the island, you know, for fishermen, more jobs. So, you know, that's something that we need to look into.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rob Midwinter.
Thank you. I'm actually inclined to agree with Dr. Cairns-Wicks. Environmental protection and economic development must work hand in hand, not one at the expense of the other. Now, we've had Blue Belt funding for the last, I believe, 3 years. I think it's just come to an end. Has it come to an end? I don't know. Not sure. But we need to make sure that whatever we're putting in place is sustainable, not just in terms of the environmental sustainability, but the commercial sustainability of St Helena. I don't think we can sacrifice, and I believe in the blue-green agenda, but I don't think that we can sacrifice the economic development of this island to purely support the blue-green agenda of the United Kingdom. I think we, as the stewards of St Helena, need to make sure that what we're doing is surviving as an island, and then making the most of our blue-green agenda to survive.
Thank you very much. Ms. Julie Thomas?
Thank you. So I think also, I'm not sure, I think it might actually be Rebecca who talked about strategies and policies, etc. And I think that's really key in all of this, because the Category 6 MPA designation should have come with all the good stuff with it. And I think, to be quite honest with you, it's lost. All the core values of what a marine protected area should have done has now gone you know, we've declined in what we should have been doing. And I agree with what Rob says, but I think it comes back to something that Derek Pedley said earlier about making sure you do the due diligence at the beginning. And I think that is key, because a lot of the things that operate within these areas, when you come to the environment, if you've done the due diligence to begin with, so you understand, and I also understand Cruyff talking about these scientific data, even that, you can't rely on data that's 3-4 years old. You need to keep doing the scientific data to ensure that we are up to date with what is actually happening. I think from what has happened recently with the restrictions on fishing has actually come about because the data wasn't being regularly collected. It was done 3-4 years ago, and they're still using data from 3-4 years ago instead of keeping that work streams going. And like Rob has just said, Blue Belt funding came in, and we had the ability from our local people to continue to capture that data. They still do through their, they need to keep their logbooks, etc. What we're doing with that data is something that I've questioned for some time. And I just would say that slightly different to Rob with the Blue-Green Agenda. Blue-Green Agenda has got St Helena to Speaker's House to do presentations. That's where we get our funding from. But I do agree with the fact that we have to make economic gain from our blue-green agendas, but it needs to be monitored and managed 100% of the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew Turner?
Thank you. I think over the years we've struggled in a lot of senses with our tourism product, but one of the areas where I think we really shine is our marine environment. I think it's somewhere where, in terms of competing on the international market for tourism, it's somewhere we actually do have an edge. But, you know, going to the question of what are the best ways to safeguard it for future generations, well, actually, yeah, one of the best ways to safeguard it is to use it. And I don't mean in the sense that you exploit it. I mean, you know, fish sustainably. Get that ongoing data that we need to make sure that we're not overfishing our waters. But also do things like develop diving to generate the revenue. And I do think that that is an area that we could do a lot more to really get tourists in. And it does seem to attract a lot of tourists now. So to me, that's one of the key sectors which, if you want to develop, preserve the marine environment for future generations, that is a sector we could really work a lot closer with and develop and help it grow.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rebecca Kainswicks.
We've talked a lot about traditional industries and throughout the course of the evening, and I agree with you. The future lies in sustainable management and sustainable industries. And first and foremost, I think we need to save our fishing industry. That is the core of managing the MPA, as well as the new industries that have been created as a result of the opportunities of the airport development. There's also been conversation about evidence and scientific data and evidence. And I agree with Julie's potential question about how what that information is. And I think it's clear that it's about how it's analysed. So what is the information that's being collected the right information to answer the questions, and is it being analysed in a way that's going to give you the confidence in the results? So it's about robustness of planning and design in collecting information, and it's about having the skills and the abilities to analyse that information and interpret that information so that you're making solid evidence-based decisions that you can rely on and be confident in, and you're continually evaluating and monitoring those outputs, so that if you determine there is an imperative to do something and there's clear justification to do so, and only when there's clear justification to do so, if it's impacting on people and livelihoods, then the sooner that you can reverse that decision and change things so you can give people the opportunity when things improve, you can do. So I would say clear justification, evidence-based, and the ability to analyse and review.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeffrey Alec.
Right, I'd just like to reiterate what most people have said here. Obviously, I'm waiting in line and they're saying everything what I want to say, but there we go. But I think what is important from my perspective is that we have that balance. We do not want to go all economic because we won't have sustainability, and we don't want short-term gain and long-term pain. So I think that's quite important when it comes to our natural environment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Julie Thomas.
I think I just wanted to add on something I think that was mentioned, maybe if it wasn't the second, at least the first session, when it talked about having regulators for our fishery. That is already filled, but whether the post is being carried out and the enforcement is being done, that is where I think now we need to be looking at whether the policies and strategies are now fit for purpose as to where we are in this day and age. And indeed, every time somebody talks about a decision, and because I'm the outgoing government, not always, if a policy is being approved, it's also down to, as Jeff mentioned earlier about competent authorities taking those decisions at that level, not coming up to a ministerial level. So I think we also need to look at it down at that level also as we talk about taking our blue and green agendas seriously.
Okay, since this is our last question, we are going to have extra 2 last responses. Mr. Rob Midwinter.
Yeah, so picking up on what Julie was just saying, because actually the first select committee review undertaken by my select committee 1 was actually a cross-functional review between public health, health and social care, and ENRP, and looking at how the 2 ordinances that were controlled by those 2 bodies married or didn't marry. That report was put in the House and really will be for the incoming council to make sure that the recommendations that are in there are actually seen through in terms of changing policy. But Julie's quite right. The mechanisms exist. How well they're working is another matter, but that will be for the incoming government to make sure that the recommendations that were made by the Select Committee are actually implemented. That's how we hold people to account under the new ministerial system of government.
Thank you very much. Mr. Columbargo.
Safeguarding our fisheries, marine protected area, we are focusing on mostly inshore fishing. What do we have in place for offshore fishing? We need to look at some ways to check that, we try our best in here, close in, and what is happening out further.
Mr. Jeffrey Alec, did you hit your hand up before, or was I mistaken? Okay, thank you all. Run a little bit over time. I'd like to conclude with a closing speech, and a thank you to all the candidates for round 3 as well.
Thank you.
Okay, closing speech. Thank you to all our candidates for taking the time to share your thoughts and ideas with the community today. And thank you to SAMS Radio 1 and Shore for your support and sponsorship. I'd also like to thank the Chevening alumni that the team from 2021 helped us out with contacts as well. I'd also like to thank Moonshines for one batch of the refreshments, also my neighbor Dora and my nana Eileen. Today's candidate Q&A has highlighted not only challenges we face as a community, but also the commitment and drive behind our candidates, who together with the community can surely aspire to a brighter future for our island. On behalf of the St. Helena Youth Parliament and the volunteers that have participated, thank you all once again for your participation. We wish all the candidates the very best as you continue your campaigns, and we look forward to the journey ahead for our island. Thank you very much.